Hello, hello. Is this thing working? Uh, Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hope everything sounds alright. Hope the BGM is playing. Give me a second while I test things out on my ass. First time streaming on YouTube. I've done a couple of gameplays here on Twitch. I've added some new things here. I've added a background. My BNG tuber now moves a little bit. Blinks. Yeah. The setup, I think I like it a little bit better than the one I had for Twitch. I'll have to fix that. Yeah, give me 1 second here. Okay, okay. I think everything's good. Just make sure the mixing isn't hell. Let me know if the music's a little bit too loud or if I'm too loud. Um, but yeah, I think we can start going here. I have the chat pulled up on a different window. Take a look at these. So how are you? First and foremost, I think drawing's a very fun thing. And should always be taken casually, and just drawing is always good. To just do in a doodle format. A lot of these drawings won't be anything great, but hey, we're just enjoying the process, and I think more artists online need to enjoy that process. But yeah, let me look at some of the things y'all suggested here. Draw Alan lighting a cigarette, Ollie playing the lute, Hutchinson. Have I ever drawn a dwarven or halfling gal? Yes, I've drawn. Oh, what's her name? I'm gonna sound like a larper. Namari from Dungeon Meshi. At least a couple of times, both safe and not safe. Jacqueline, Brawling, a Plague Raid. The last season of Lisa's Out of Your Award coming out. Some Mambita Bastard Beat. Well, I'm gonna be real. I've never watched. I I just think the Bleach characters look nice and the art's good. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you got me. And Uncle Mary McDaggers. All right. Uh, in a Dream Barbecue. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's just start out here. Hopefully, I had a problem here at the start. You saw where it wasn't. I had a bit trying to register this for some reason. OBS doesn't like Clip Studio Paint. I had a hard time finding it. I was having a hard time finding it despite me registering before the stream it as like a program. So hopefully, once they tab out here, we go back into CPS, it doesn't die. Or CSP. No, Ruby? I love Ruby. Any characters from Ruby they specifically like? Like, it's the husband of you. Yes, is me. That's me. Alright. Alright, so let's just start out. I have a billion different brushes that I play around with. I usually like ones more like pencily or like pixelated in a way. A lot of doodling is just shapes and construction, as well as visualization is a very important thing for you to have as an artist, as well as just, I think a lot of times I look at other artists, they're not having like the apple rotated 4K in their head. And that is like a thing that you will learn. It just becomes instinct the more that you draw. Let's go back up here and look at some of these. Okay. Draw Ounce. I love Ounce. I'm very happy that everybody loved Ounce voice. They're one of my favorite things to draw. It's a lot of my artwork stems from the what I call wife slop. Family gem, some people have told me. And to have it, to just have a series that's literally all that, rather than making fan art about it, is kind of nice to just sort of dilute and like focus in. I will say I'm not really the best on the spot here, but we'll go about it. I don't think Ounce would ever smoke. If he did, it was just because like a social convention or something, like, hey, light up with me, or he like met a knight that was like really cool. I will say I do like the color, or like the color, but I love the color red and blue when using for sketching. I think it's very nice, especially for commissions and bigger artwork pieces, whereas you have to make your construction lines and you'll go back and draw over it. I should probably draw in black for this room, but whatever, we'll get to it in the second one. Ounce's hair is kind of like an orb that goes up. He's a little bit of scruff in the back. Sometimes I worry when I draw Ounce, he's a little bit too much like Shaggy. Momovich FGO. Catnip has any effect on beast folk? Yes, it does, and there might be either like a small comic or a page in the chapter about that. That is a bit that I wanted to go into, as well as just other kinds of beast folk, be it like harpies and dogs, as well as I think in my mind, beast folk in the setting of Dungeon Crawler are sort of people from a sort of line of lycanthropy that has been watered down over the years and generations. Like, they used to be more animalistic. I mean, there's still some people who are like more first generation stuff, so they'll see like a lion man like walking around probably in the next chapter or something in the background. But yeah, it's cool. His name is Apollo. A lot of my characters are just quite literally D&D characters that I've like shunted over. Like Ounce's current party has a character called Pockets, who is a pigeon kobold. He is quite literally my favorite character to play in D&D. He's a murder hobo. I love him so much. There are horse beast folk. I'm not saying anything, but I've been very much pushed by a lot of people to make a musume in my story. Something when I always think about when I draw either wisps or Ounce is to add patches onto their clothing, or stitches, seams. Sometimes I feel like I'm not drawing them broke enough. I don't think Uncle would ever advise Ounce to smoke. This could be the Black Knight Ounce timeline, so whatever. You don't have to worry too much about hands. I think the thing about hands and just like any sort of part of the body, you have to develop a visual library about how to actually go about drawing things. A lot of things can be just put down to simple shapes. So a small trick here is measure out the elbow like this. You'll see me just redraw a lot of things over and over again because I'm a sap who very unhappy. But I think there is a point where I am just able to put it down and be like, alright, that's good enough. I don't care anymore. I enjoy the music. I love this. This guy's great. You should follow him on Bandcamp. I love Toho. I went and took some photos of Toho of my Cerno. I had an accident where I got stuck in a mire in the forest for those. So yeah, art, it has suffering in it in all forms. Also, the neck is too thick here for me. Draw a steel devil. Gas. Yeah, we'll probably just draw with black from now on. Real G pen is really fun to sketch with. I think what impresses me most about your art is how Eversleeve lastly sketch out that looks super readable and clean. We must improve any photo immediately. Will the Steel Devils ever come back? Yes, they will. Steel Devils in the setting do exist. They're just like very seldom seen. They're after the war, they sort of kind of pick and choose their battles now after they like kind of fought amongst each other trying to find the Demon King's sword, and they just sort of became different bands. Like every legion or I guess like company was a different snake, or like a different symbol of a snake. That's why on their shoulder pads you see different squiggles and shapes of snakes. They're all supposed to be different companies. And now they've all are new war bands. The idea is that like all these snakes just sort of now biting amongst themselves. I don't know. I'm corny. I'm stupid. This is our first sketch. It's very cute. I love it. Maybe Ounce's head is a little bit bigger than I want, but I'd rather have a drawing where the head is really big versus the head is small. Because at least with like a cartoon you can get away with that. I think one of my pet peeves, and I'll kind of draw an example, is where a lot of like Eastern artists do this, where they'll draw like, see this with the head is super great, and then they'll forget about the head and they'll draw the rest of the body, and then they'll get too excited with their proportions, and it's just this, and it makes me so mad because I'm there like wrapping my hands on like the screen, like just do this, please, for the love of God. I don't want to correct other people's art. There's also that one guy who draws amazing Space Marines, but like he has like proportions like these, and it also upsets me. And I'm just like, please, you can look at a Primaris, they don't look like that. I love big stupid proportions for Space Marines, but I think there is like an actual reasonable limit. I wonder if I have any drawings of my Space Marines here that I can like pull up. Give me one moment. I'm getting completely sidetracked. I'll do the next request here in a second. God, I hope you cannot see my files. I hope that doesn't pull up. I don't think I have a picture of an unhelmeted Space Marine here in my files. Nah, I gotta have one somewhere. I don't. Yeah. I gotta have one. Give me a second. 2025. Huh. I don't. Well, I have this one. I think this is a fine example. CSP always freaking stretches it out. Yeah, look here. This is an Iron Warrior. Yeah, I love this little Iron Warrior I drew. I think Iron Warriors are legitimately the best Legion. I love them so much with a whole heart and soul. They're just the best. I love them. But as you see here, yeah, it's still a small head, but it's not crazy. It's still within reason. Alright, what's the next thing to sketch out? Let's look here. Ollie playing the lute while Wen is tapping a log. I could do that. I could connect the snakes and fighting to something like Paradise Lost. At the end, all the demons are turned to snakes as punishment. Villain, since you play Warhammer, do you have a favorite faction to play against, or a least favorite faction? You're gonna have to give me a second to think of my favorite faction to play against. I think I enjoy at least, like, for the most part, 90% off the board. Most factions okay, or at least fine to play against. I think for factions that I absolutely abhor playing, there's a lot of Necron players in my town. I really don't like Necrons. Like, one of the people I play with very frequently, he's a great guy, he's old enough to be my dad. He plays as Necrons, and it's just, oh my god. I think also, like, when I first started out Warhammer, I played out with this guy who, like, now runs the, like, one of the tournaments in my town. I think it's like a Midwestern like side, like a whole regional thing now, but he's a great guy. He and I started around the same time, and he would just play Necrons, and it was just like Necrons is quite literally just a list that you have to like bash your head against, and I hate it. I was talking about Warhammer. I was drawing Warhammer guys. Must be drawing a beautiful lady. But yes. I don't like Necrons. Necrons just have too much health. You don't get to enjoy your own army when you play against Necrons. You have to just play around them. You just have to ignore them. You just have to hide. You have to play actions. You can't just kill their units, because you literally can't. And it makes you just not have fun or enjoy what you brought to the table, because it's just, you're so focused on them, and then you're just left feeling. Maybe I'm just bad. I'm also like one of the worst fucking players ever, but it's not enjoyable. It's not. I think. Give me a second. Scratching my ear. I think every Necron player should at least like apologize at the start of the game. Like, hey, I'm really sorry about what I'm gonna do to you here. I don't think I've seen a really bad Necron list. Necrons are just kind of good across the board. I almost picked up a Necron army, because I was like, yeah, I want to have Destroyer Cult. I want to just table someone, and then I felt really bad because I realized I don't really care for Necrons at all, and for me to pick up an army and make that investment for something I don't rather enjoy feels wrong. And then I got a Tau army. The guy was selling like his whole Tau army for like $300. And I was like, holy crap, yes. I realized I don't know what a person playing a flute looks like, so you have to give me a second here. I wonder if this will hop me off the stream. No, it's gonna keep me on here. Okay. Of course. It's always good to look at references. I should look at more references, but I'm also evil and I try to force imagination into the field. And honestly, as an artist of my whole life, I should stop doing that. But then again, I can't do what I preach because I'm dumb. Ollie's design is very fun. I made Ollie as Ollie is not a pre-existing like D&D character of mine. She's just a character I made solely for Dungeon Crawler. Her whole thing was to be movie restful lady. She's party leader. But as an aunt, she is very nice. All the party members love Ounce and Whis. Want to be part of their lives. I told myself I was gonna draw in black, and here I am drawing in red. But whatever. I'll draw it in black once I get to the thing. It's a very tall design. The shape language was meant to be this sort of tall, pretty lady. I think all of my characters, and all good characters, should have shape design and silhouette. She has like a corset. And little laps that come out there. And she has some hair vents. I think my favorite design, or my favorite part about Ollie, is the fact that she has her her boots are just night legs. Armor. Very fun. I don't remember if I got that from something or just thinking it'd be hot. Draw Win. Win is very fun. I'm not gonna lie, I always forget which, it's Wen and, is it Wit? we're supposed to have their like eyes covering like opposite eyes, but I think I just ended up to make it just the same eye. Oh my god, I don't want to step on my bird. He's on my heels, like underneath my desk here. So it's probably inconsistent, but I imagine just he has the short hair and he has the eye covering. But every kit has like a not foster, but godparent that they sort of like acclaim to, and sort of that helps them grow into their class in the future. Like Wen here. I wouldn't say Wen is non-verbal. I think the original idea that he was supposed to be non-verbal, and like his whole thing is music. Though I do want him to speak a little bit, but he is like the shyer of all the kids. Like him and oh my god, I don't even remember my own character's names. I'm such a fraud. Win, with an I. She's supposed to be like, she's always has these. I want to draw her so much. I love her. She has always like this face. She's very simple. And it's like they're both on like the sort of the spectrum. But she's so cute. She just has this like literally like nothing, just air blows right through her head. She is peace. She is she will come back as a lotus flower. It's great. Yeah. Ideally Wen would be a part. Probably playing like a recorder. Not sure how long sleeves help with playing a recorder, but it should be a little bit smaller. I got nonverbal, I apologize. I'd have to yap for a minute, but sometimes I reach that point in meditation. Everybody has their own different meditation in art, as well as to finding their way of that meditation. Sometimes you can get your meditation on, and sometimes you can't. Art is a fickle mistress. For those you do understand or ever heard the term meditation, is sort of the idea of essentially locking in, or the workflow state. It's 100% what I would call it. And to achieve your like art meditation, there are different ways about it. For me, I usually have like 3 about-ish ways. You have listening to music. Listening to music is always great. I find it to have music that is like BGMs, no lyrics or stuff. That way you don't draw yourself out. Or just listening to complete other nonsense. Like I have like quite literally brain rot just playing, or yapping. Yapping, just being in a Discord call and just saying absolute nonsense to my friends and making them listen will help me sometimes. And then there's just silence. There have been some times, there's even like some chapters of Dungeon Crawler where it was just me and YouTube, and I would just have the fluorescent light, like the back rooms kind of stuff, like sound just playing, and just have white noise. The mage couple, ah yes, I love them. What was his name? Is Fennel? What was the girl's name? I'm so bad at names, and I feel really awful when my friends like tell me their OC's names and I just don't remember it. Oh, it was Fennel was the girl's name, and Spec was the guy's name. Yes, they're very great. They're part of Ounce's current party. At the current moment in the present, Ounce either does random missions or solo, like crawls. But he is like at the moment currently commissioned by the a magic school that has those two mages that are going down as far as they can to kind of research about dragons. You tried Kill Team. I tried Kill Team. I really do like it. I do need to go about actually going to my local stores and playing it more. At the current moment, I don't have a car. But I love Kill Team. I have so many Kill Teams, but I don't play Kill Team. I just paint Kill Teams because I love painting Kill Teams. But yeah, finding your state of meditation is always good. Just figuring out what works for you at what day, and it's never the same. Sometimes you just can't lock in, so pick it up another day. Don't force it. Because otherwise you're gonna just force yourself drawing, and you're gonna be unhappy, and you're gonna have a headache, and your drawing isn't even gonna be good, and you won't like it. So sometimes you just gotta put it down and pick it up, and it'll be better the next time. Just in the end, just draw for you, as I always say. Taps the sign. I draw for me. That's how I started, and I think that's how everyone should start. Draw for me. Draw for you. There's much I can do about this. She is a pretty lady, isn't she? I can see why Wisp was jealous. I think that's enough time on this one. Love you. Alright. Yeah, what else could I draw here? Let me go back up and see what people requested. Brawling a plague marine. Yeah, I could do that. Just do a little quick one of that. I think that's possible. Uncle finding a talking sword girlfriend. Yeah, that's supposed to be a thing. I had a little comic written up about that, whether it was just like a one-page colored comic. About my friend's D&D character who has also a talking sword. Maybe I'll finish that one day. I'm not sure if Uncle can reciprocate love in the manner that you want like that. I think his love is very mutual. I don't think he will see a sword and gush. Or maybe he will, he just needs more time around Ounce and Wisp to kind of like long for romance. But yeah. Oh, hey, back to now I'm drawing these plague marines. Don't like Death Guard. I think Death Guard also suffer from the same tankiness that I have with Necrons? At least Death Guard have the thing of not getting like a 10 brick of Immortals back like every turn. At least Death Guard stay dead when you kill them. They're kind of annoying and they're surprisingly decent at shooting, but I never got really upset at a Death Guard player. Or I don't get upset at the player, I just get upset at the game and myself. The person's just playing the army that they like. It just so happens to be the sneaky Marines that suck. Did I say that? I really didn't like the moment in the meta where it was the bloat drone meta, and every Death Guard player wound with their bloat drones that had all these crazy autocannons for some reason. Also, Mortarian's not fun. Also, is it not Death Strikes? The Terminators with their scythes? I don't know what you call those. Those guys are lame. I don't think they're as good anymore. But I'm not gonna hate a Death Guard player. They're fine. They've gotten a lot better. They're still manageable in a fight. If you have pretty decent units yourself and know how to work around them. Mortarion, I think I just have jealousy of Mortarion. I think I just want my Primarch Fulgrim to be as good. Or Angron. I'm an Emperor's Children player, so I'm just stuck here with my very weak, very lame, half-baked Primarch. I love Fulgrim, I love his model, I love Emperor's Children. But God, we need more. I'll give him a little Kawishi. Yeah, the little Satori heart. Can't get mad at World Eaters players. So it is their strategy is pretty simple. You played one World Eater, you'll play most of them. You'll get the Karn and the Rhino with his buddies. You'll get the 8-bound off the top rope, and you'll get oh God, I remember when Angron used to revive like super easy. I remember games where I put Angron down like 3 times and he would still get back up. And then when I played my tournament like a couple months ago, I was like, alright, I got Angron down. Oh, he got 666s, which is much harder to get now. But I was like, Angron is back. And I ended up winning the tournament, but it's never... I can't get mad, because if I was on the other side of the table, I would be pretty hyped too. Someone who started Iron Hands and currently building a Word Bearer's army list. My biggest gripe is people telling me I need to build my list around the meta and not what I want. Yeah, don't ever listen to them. Quite genuinely, if you're buying models you don't like, then what are you doing? Because otherwise you'll just have plastic that you don't care about. Your heart literally has to be in it for you to warrant any sort of expense on the item. Because there'll be a moment where it's not, anything is just gonna get flubbed later, and it's gonna be not good. I mean, there'll always be like those key items that you can pick that are always pretty decent. Like you'll need in a list at some point, like Space Marine Scouts. Like Space Marine Scouts are just a good pick. It's like they're not the most exciting pick, but you'll need them, and that's fine. But literally just really cool. When I first got into Warhammer, I was literally just running God, what was it called? The Iron Storm, the Iron Hands, the vehicle detachment. I was literally running just Predators, Vindicators. Like, I had like 3 Gladiator Executioners. And it was actually pretty good before they nerfed it. But I was having so much fun. And And it was considered meta, but I wasn't doing it because it was meta. I was doing it because I liked tanks, and the Girls in Panzer music played in my head when I played it. So fuck me, I guess. Uh, I had a guy one time. Uh, God bless his soul, or maybe not. He was like, haha, let's do a meme list game. I see you got tanks. My list is Angron, a Lord of Skulls, and what was the last thing? Oh yeah, a Warhound Titan. It was 3 units. It was 3 units. I was able to like take him out in like 2 turns and like shrug off one of the Warhound Titan blasts, and he got so peeved, and I just felt so socially awkward. It was like this big space. There was a whole bunch of people playing that night, and he's like legit getting mad, and it's like I'm like, we're just having fun. If I could just pick up my stuff and go home, dude, it's fine. It's like and I think that put like a terrible taste in my mouth in a while to go out and play a game. 'Cause I was worried about then. But those people are very uncommon. I think a lot of people in my town are way better than that. So it was very disheartening to have that and like that to be put into my soul. But a lot of the actual Warhammer community that actually like goes out and like plays the game and paints the models is really really nice because they just want more people to play their fuck ass game. Um, God bless the community in my town. They're all good people. I'm putting way too much detail into this poop marine. Whatever. Putting random pipes and things everywhere. All the Gino demon list, blah blah blah. It's not a generic chaos tank with the Iron Warrior paint job. Giant Demon Prince Lizard? Are you talking about the one from AOS? Are you wanting to like proxy models? I'm 100% a person for proxies. A lot of my Iron Warriors is just 30k proxies. I technically have a stealth 30k army. I'm not even talking about just playing Warhammer. Warhammer's great. I love it. It's a great hobby to have. It's like a secondary hobby. I rarely play video games anymore. I just kind of play Warhammer and draw. I think having creative hobbies is amazing, as well as one that gets you out and like meets a community. I made so many friends by Warhammer. Maybe that's why I like it so much. It's very hard to make friends after like secondary education, so it's just like where there's a bunch of dudes of different ages that just like play with their toy soldiers. There's always like a conversation to be had, especially if there's a person with a painted army. Maybe like Mark II armor, so that the Centurion plating. All this work for the iron, the Plague Marine. I'm just gonna draw. Well, you know what? Ah, crap! I almost forgot. Draw a little chuddy. I love the nerdling, so that's something that yes, Forge Fiends. I love Forge Fiends. I love demon vehicles so much. My Iron Warriors have so many. I remember talking about. Yeah, just buy what you like. Rule of cool. Just because if your heart isn't in it, then why are you buying it? In the end, you could at least have it as a toy on your desk to play with. Just buy whatever you think looks cool. Or play whatever feels fun. Like I run like a gajillion. I've been playing my orcs recently, and I've been running Green Tide, and just having like about 60 boys on the table with Gaskell. It's maybe not the best. Actually, it's done pretty well. I haven't found a lot of people that could chew through that many orcs, but it's still fun. That's what matters, right? If you care about meta, or not even meta actually, now that I think about it. 30k is also really fun. I tried 30k, but it is just too many rules for me to get into. Okay, now I have to draw Mr. Clean for the second half of this doodle. This is the one I spent so long on the freaking Death Guard. Doing that meme from Invincible. Yeah, short sleeves. Say that he does. Give him some cheeks. Worried that I'm just gonna look like Andrew Tate. Tactic when I have a cash or forge fiends, a filer, and possibly a chaos knight. I love chaos knights. I have a chaos knight from Emperor's Children because we still don't really have a lot of anti-tank. So before we had the forge fiend, I was running my noise knight. I'm not sure if you've seen a photo of my noise knight, but it's essentially a Knight Abominant, I think it's called, with a stage on top and a noise marine with the guitar. I love it so much. I love Emperor's Children. I think after Iron Warriors, my favorite Legion, at least Chaos Legion, is Emperor's Children. Iron Warriors and Emperor's Children are both like very tragic character, like. Very tragic backstories of fall from grace. Oh, he has an earring. Yeah. I hope we get a Sonic Dreadnought. I know I'll shut up about Warhammer once I get off of this doodle. I'm so sorry. I love Warhammer so much. I wish I spent more time with my Warhammer content creator friends. I wanted to make Warhammer shorts, but I'm like, damn, I actually have to make drawings for that while I'm doing already so much. They're like doing commissions and working on a webcomic, trying to make merch on the backhand. But yeah. Mr. Clean is too big. I'll leave him like that. I don't know why he's like Frymark size, but he is. One of the Forgotten Legion. And then Roxanne Audi belly button. Rub Daddy. One of those like beach bubble things. With the stone tosslet, because why not? Oh fuck, I made myself laugh. Alright, there's that doodle request. Let me stand up here. There's a small bird at my ankle attacking me. Shake him off. Ugh. It's always good to stretch. Come on, get up. Get up. Come on, boy. Had an idea for the stream, like in the corner, to have a Jamie cam, a bird. But he moves too much for him to be in one position. I can't shot collar him. Alright, so that was this one. What's the next one? We'll find you the talking disorder from. What a dream barbecue. Ruby. Yeah, I could draw some Anna. I don't remember what Anna looks like off the top of my head. Barbecue. Green barbecue is very cool. I don't know why I thought like a while back that that it was supposed to be a shooter. I think I saw like a single frame of like Anna, like first person with a gun, and I was like, oh, it's gonna be a Doom like. And then just kind of walk around talking to people and interacting with things, which is fine. I think that's great for the game. I just had this predispositioned idea that it was gonna be a shooter. I don't know why. Okay, Anna. I will throw this in here. I'll probably post these later on Twitter, all these little doodles. Yeah. So. Back to it. Hurdle pod. Problem with Anna, she's very angular. That is a very fun design. This remind me that I was trying to, I think a while back, like a couple of weeks back, I was trying to make a sort of digital circus Sona, or at least like a original character for that. But it's so hard to be willing, like, how do I say this? It's very difficult to be like purposefully like random or like abstract. And, like some characters just need to pull it off. I mean, there's probably like, I imagine it took a while for the final like form to be made. It does feel like random, it does feel weird, but I feel like it's very hard to be weird and random on purpose. Or at least finding one, like a good middle. Okay, I thought we died. I thought that death by fill tool for a second. I really do like Anna's like voice actors in this, whatever the like bossy or like business Anna is. It's very attractive. Problem with the design, it's so freaking angular. They account for like non-organic shapes. Peru. I think my favorite character in Free Barbecue is the Italian rat. I love him so much. He is literally me. Part of pose that I'm thinking about is like that one video of that anime where she's like, nothing to worry about. God, I'm looking at that hand. I don't want to draw it. I don't want to draw it. Why did you make me do this? Well, I'll have to do my best to simplify shapes. Let's zoom it out. I think I want to draw the whole Anna. That's good. Yeah. It's a very complicated character, but it's a good thing to learn how to break down shapes. I think every artist should know about construction and simplification. I think overall that is way more important than quote unquote anatomy. It's literally the first thing you gotta do. If you put yourself to anatomy, it's gonna be way too much. Because let me tell you, no one's gonna really look into that kind of stuff that far. There's a whole bunch of artists that don't have a fucking any concept of actual true anatomy, and they'll get a bajillion follows and likes. You could just learn how to simplify the body and like learn to draw it well enough, and drawing it and having fun. Then that's the goal. Is ease of the hobby. Otherwise, think too much, you'll lose your state of meditation, and it's just over at that point. Hand symbol, the box. Does she have 4 fingers? Okay, I guess. Let's say a weird non sequitur. It's funny to me how many like popular and then like successful franchises and properties and projects, whatever, made by a person named Joel. I wish I was named Joel. That's really just the secret, isn't it? The Joel hive mind. The Felix hive mind. I'm gonna screenshot this one. I'm gonna send it to a friend. They really like Anna, so they'll be happy that I drew this. Alright, what else do we have here? Green peanut in a rice for cash, just for every other horse to be a horse peaceful. That is also like another idea that I had, was Ounce putting this peanut to a horse race, and then Whisk getting really mad about him gambling. We should do that one. I have a whole like notebook full of ideas for like short comics and chapters, though my actual like proclivity to hammer down on that anvil can wane and wax from time to time. He has to roll his own cigarettes. What's the cumbia playing in the background, by the way? The cumbia is playing is by a Someone 45 356 on YouTube and Bandcamp. I love it. It's Toho music, just as like Mexican cumbia. I lost multiple games when I first started 40k, and I lose almost all of mine. I'm not really that great, and the people who I play against are just actual like aero engineers and pilots and like all these people who have like high paid jobs to suffice the Warhammer hobby, and they're just all these super intelligent people that know how to list build, and I'm just like a dumb artist who spends his commission money on plastic. Black tank tops and pants, Kaguya. Oh, Kaguya. Oh. Kaguya. Kaguya. I'm probably saying it so wrong. Is that Bamboo Lady? Oh yes, that is. I like Kaguya. Silly. Alright. Alright. Kaguya. I love characters with Hime cuts. No. I think what I love about Peggy is that she has very long hair. I also really love any character with like super duper long hair. It's so fun. It's very feminine, and I love that. It's very pretty, as well as the Hime cut. It's always great. I don't know what it is about like the squared off bangs, but they're always nice. Not sure what pants you want here. I think one of my biggest regrets is drawing the raisin pulling out of the driveway meme. I see so many people draw different versions of that, and it's just like, please release me from this hell. I'm so sorry. Quick little Bunui. I'm very upset there wasn't single Bunui Fumo at AX. I really wanted a raisin or a Tay. A Tay or Tui? I always said Tui for the longest time, but I was corrected that it was Tay. I was like, how am I supposed to know that? There's a W in there. Yeah, I love all the Moonies. Something that's very appealing about Toho is the fact that there are little houses and cliques and families. Factions, I guess you would call them. It's also a problem I have where I'm drawing a thing and then I go off to the side and I just start doing other things. This is why chapters and like any commission, if you've ever commissioned me, takes forever. Because I literally get sidetracked drawing. Drawing is very fun, but also it's so much fun that you immediately get bored of what you're drawing and want to draw another thing. Gosh, you're faster than most artists I've commissioned. Yeah, I am pretty fast. As you can see here, like, I'm pretty decent at drawing. My art style isn't too complicated, so it's not very. Once I get going, it's not hard for me to finish a commission. Especially with me being unemployed, and it's not like I got much else to do right now. Also, donate if you're sharing guide. I love it. You don't have to. My art's free. But yeah, there are a lot of people that have these complaints about artists never finishing their artwork. As a person who commissions other artists, I think you're 100% valid. I also, as much I do, there are artists that are warranted that they don't get their commissions done on time, but as a current person who's waited on some commissions, it is a bad taste in your mouth when you've been waiting for your commission a couple of months and the person draws up a Mona Lisa, like tier drawing of a Pokemon character that just appeared. You're like, yeah. I think a lot of artists don't realize that they're running a business and are too casual in their DMs and any sort of transaction. There is a transaction of money that's happening. And there needs to be more professionality about it. They're just like, oh, it's just drawing. Like, no, you have to be in a better state about it. If the person is due what they're owed. That's why I never really make anyone pay till like I actually start their commission, until like I put lines on quote unquote paper. I've had a couple of bad apples where bad apples that never paid me. Before I never paid anyone until I finished the commission until they're happy, but some bad apples kind of ruined that experience. Hina Tiger! But don't commission that person, by the way. Don't ever commission Hina Tiger. Or don't, like, as an artist, don't be commissioned by them, I mean. But, yeah, more people need to step up to the responsibility of their commission. I've had times where I've refunded people money because I'm just like, yeah, I straight up can't do this or make it on time. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's just remembering and being like, hey, I owe this person a drawing. I gotta work on it. Some people's lives are busy, or so I can't blame every artist. But just watch what they're doing and just always talk to them and be like, hey, what's up? It doesn't hurt to ask. You're very much in your right to ask. But I do feel like there are a lot of artists out there where it's just like they'll open commissions and you're still waiting on yours from like 6 months ago. And it's like, dog, what are you doing? I get it. Some of them need money and they're like in a time of crisis and everybody's like mom gets sick around the same time or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. This has been a very negative topic. I'm mean. I'm sorry. I'm a workaholic sometimes. Maybe they just don't like drawing. I like drawing. More artists should like drawing. I go too much on Twitter and people are just like, "Oh man, when you gotta draw tomorrow." I'm like, "You don't like drawing?" Dude, I love drawing. I get upset that I get tired at the night and I can't draw anymore or sketch anymore. Or when like my hand cramps up. It's like, crap, there's so much I want to draw and do. I love drawing. I love drawing, Charlie! Supposed to be Moku. But I don't even remember what Moku looks like. I think Moku's cool. She's like one of the only Tohos with pants. I should have bought, when I was at AX, there was a guy where I bought some of my Fumos was selling like the Toho games like on CD. Because you can't like just download them. The problem is like I don't know if they run on modern Windows formats. As well as I'm so bad at bullet hells. But I love Toho so much. I love the characters, I love the lore, I love the music. I love the music. Do you think the worst part of drawing is coloring? Or at least shading. It's not that I don't like it, it's just tedious to go around to use the fill tool and like get every spot so you don't see like missing like white between the lines. Alright, that's enough of that Toho. This is good. Kaguya's a good girl. I like Kaguya. Most Tohos are really good. Y'all don't be afraid to ask me for requests. I'm actually starting to catch up with some of these, so. Please give Wen a character arc so he isn't scared of everything. I think it's fine to be scared. I think Wen has to be scared. For a person to be courageous, they have to be scared, right? And I think that's the point. I am a fucking scaredy cat, but I still do things and like get myself out of my own like social positions. But I'm terrified, though I don't seem like it. Yeah, you can still be shy, but do what Night Lords do and have their Primarch be dead so they can never be bad in the game. I love Night Lords. If I didn't have my Crimson Fist, I would have done a Night Lords army, but I don't want to run my Chaos army to be Night Lords, because then I just have two similar color patterns. Because my idea is that I want to have a bunch of different armies, so when my little brother grows up, we can play them. And I don't want that to just happen at some point. I do love it. Like, I need to make a kill team of the Night Lords. have a lot of requests to do here. So I'll probably just, I'll do one more request, and then I guess I'll just, Allison Waste and 40k likes guardsmen and rogue traders. Oh, yeah, okay, that one sounds fun. But if I'll be getting a little more requests, I'll probably just be drawing things and fan arts that I like. I'll probably do some Doho, maybe some Umusume. Tron, I know that's you. I'm not drawing Hutchinson. I know that's you. I hate you. Nah, maybe I'll draw it. But we'll probably take a break in the stream after a couple more doodles. So get some stretches and go to the bathroom. Balance and wisdom 40k. I don't just want to draw ounces of Acadian, even though that's probably what he would just be. That is just the boring answer. I would draw the Legion. I've already drawn Steel Legion enough. I think I know what this would be. It should definitely be like a Talon Desert Ranger or something like that. Or like a Macabre Janissary. I don't know if Talons have these folk on their Felinids. Felinids from a certain planet as like or like a certain environment. Like what caused Felinids to happen? If anyone knows, that'd be great to enlighten me. Because I understand other stuff like Ogre or there's a Nightshades, Longshanks, what are the halflings called again? What are the halflings called again? It's killing me. No one tell me. I'm gonna know it. I can't LARP. It's killing me. It's killing me. What are what are they called? Oh. Oh my god. Matoko from Ghost in the Shell? Yeah, I love Matoko. What are they called? Oh my god, I'm actually dying here. I'm like dying on a vine because I can't think what the halflings from Warhammer are called. Oh my god, what are they called? Dude, I'm gonna die here if I don't remember. It's like a stupid British pun, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Okay, I give up. I'm googling this. No, I know. No. I gotta think. Rattling? Rattling? No, that's stupid. Why are they rattling? Oh my god, that makes me mad. Rattling. These squats like make sense in Ogren, but rattling? I thought the word like foot would be in there or something. Oh my god, that upsets me so. This is looking more like an NCR Ranger right now. An Italian Desert Ranger. think we live to the track of this tunnel down there. Let's do this one. Rattling. Whoever gave James Workshop thinking of the call. I thought they were just no, they're not Caltaplings, because that's like copyrighted or something by Tolkien. I don't know. It can't be copyrighted because Wizards uses the term halflings. Maybe because they're like British or something. They just gotta like really make it their own. Or they can't use the word halflings because it's not sci-fi. Because it'd be like stupid to just call the Eldari elves. No one just wants to call the Votan just worms. You have to make it like Ad Mistratum Pupinatus or some shit. I'll try one of my other favorite guard regiments here. I don't hate Cadians. I think Cadians are actually really cool. I love Cadians. I wanted to make a guard army that was just buying the Cadian models and like painting their jumpsuits orange and like calling them like a penal legion or the 30k void suits. I think would be really cool. I want to buy like a bunch of void suit guardsmen from the 30k box to use as my Iron Warriors cultists. I wish Emperor's Children had cultists. I'm so sorry for those of you who have no interest in Warhammer. I'm back to yapping about it again. I promise you we'll go back to like Toho or Ghost in the Shell. We'll probably talk about Ghost in the Shell here in a minute when I get to drawing that. I think in my art career, like journey, it's realizing that my art is very simple. It's not the best, but I draw it in a very enjoyable pace and process, and other people seem to enjoy it too. I very much always love cartoons and like things of that matter. I just think it's more fun. I use the word fun a lot, but you should enjoy yourself. And be maybe a little different. Ounce is getting way more freaking detail. Very funny. I think about that that comic, that 40k comic I did a while back, where it's like your ears are longer than most. That guy is literally just Ounce. That's like proto Ounce. And the subsequent following comic, it has like this this Fuelinid commissar. That's just a whiz. It's just like before I even had the story or anything, I guess just my brain already had like a set design of human man and cat girl. They love each other. I love stories where they just love each other. Sometimes I don't feel like maybe I should draw their marriage failing even more. I don't want that. I think my original intent was like to have them fighting and yelling at each other more, like on the border of divorce. But it's just like that doesn't feel right. I like where I am. I just want to draw a happy schlock. see our ranger here. I don't know how to make her more 40k-ish. There we go, the ponytail. That's what was making Whis not Whis. I was like, what's missing here? I also do really like Whist's design. It's very simple. I think the scar is like the greatest like design choice that I unintentionally ever made. I think the greatness about the scar is like, for me as a writer, as like an artist in the comic, Whist's scar and Whist's ear is a great factor of you as the reader to know where and place the story takes. It's like, oh, she's got the scars, so it's after Vince was saved by Ounce, which will be in the next volume about how she got the scar. I showed you how she got the ear, and it's like ear. Oh, this is after they could see each other. But yeah, or if it's neither, this is just kind of when they first met up. Alaska needs a muzzle break, but don't ask me. I'm just the messenger. Or an Ironside. I'm just the messenger. I'm gonna draw that now. You have to really develop your visual library to be able to draw stuff fast. So I'm the messenger. It's just the way it is. If you know about shapes, or you can just rotate that apple in your head. That's the state where you want to be at. Just being comfortable in drawing, so you can just rotate that 4K quality apple in your head. So who is the smarter, Whis or Ounce? Definitely Whis. I think Ounce isn't stupid. He does have more time dungeon crawling than Whis, though Ounce never received a formal education. He was just kind of like led by Sir Manos like around during the war as a squire. While Whis had the education from like the Church of Luna. So like an actual sense of Whis is smarter. But I think she lacks the streetwise that Ounce has. That's the why she gets caught in traps in her career as like a dungeon crawler for the Church of Luna and as like a regular commissioned dungeon crawler. Like definitely Whis is like the person who's handling all the finances. That's why she's so familiar with the tax collectors and that what the normal tax collector was in that chapter. I guess maybe Uncle in this sort of setting would just still be a demon sword, and then there would be a Grey Knight or something like, what is that? What is that? Uncle is just a sword with a bloodletter's sword. Oh god, I don't remember what the corn symbol looks like, so just draw it like that. think that's what whatever the chord symbol looks like. I'm not a World Eaters player. I have brain cells. I'm not a World Eaters player. I nah. I'm an Emperor's Children player. I'm worse. We advance and charge, and if I don't make the charge, I die. With the bolt pistol in her other hand, reveal 40k enough. I love bolt weapons so much. They're so cool. I love the old bolt pistols. I don't like the new ones. I like the Primera style bolt pistols. I love the ones that like guard commissars still have because they're still like the old style ones. Like ones that just look like an M4 that's sawed off. Like, give me that. Put that into my bloodstream, please. I don't know if Whisk could handle that recoil. Draw Black Templar. I'm so sorry. I have to be a Black Tar heroine. I have to be a Black Templar apologist. I'm a Crimson Fist player, but I also like sideboard like Black Templar units. So with my Loyalist Space Marines, I paint all my ranged, most of my ranged units as Crimson Fist. Because the idea is that they fought the orcs. They're really good at shooting and making every shot count. And then most of my melee stuff is like Black Templar. So my idea is that my army is a joint crusade between the Black Templar and their Crimson Fist cousins. So I have like both black and blue like on the table. I do love Black Templar, but I apologize for any person who's ever been on the internet ever more than 5 minutes and had to deal with a Black Templar fan. That's not me. I'm primarily a Crimson Fist, but God, I love Grimaldus. Grimaldus might be one of my favorite characters ever, next to Hanzu. Grimaldus is so nice. Grimaldus is so different. See, I feel like Grimaldus should have been a Crimson Fist, with like how nice he is. Or like someone like Alessio Cortez was a Black Templar, was put on the wrong, who was just at the wrong place. I do love Black Templar. I love Blood Angel models, but I really don't care for Blood Angels. They're like, none of their lore interests me, none of their characters interest me. But all their models are really cool, and I just get some and I paint them as Black Templar because they have cool robes and like knight aesthetics as well. It's like, ooh, Inner Circle companions. I think you mean Sword Brothers. Ooh. Archangel's character. I think you mean a Castellan. or a chaplain. Thank you. Or Marshall. This guy's head is too big. I know what I said earlier about big heads versus small heads, but still, I lie sometimes. Have you ever seen the painting of the princess painting, the knight's shadow of the wall before he goes to war? Do that with ounce and was ever say, I'm only doing it for the kids. I don't think I know what painting you're talking about. If you could have like a link to it in the comments, I'd be happy to take a peek at it. I love paintings. I love composition. With another like art rant, composition is another thing. Composition and construction might be one of the most important things for like a beginner artist to learn. I don't want people to fall into the trap of anatomy. Anatomy is such a meme. Like, please don't fall for the anatomy meme. I love you. I love drawing Space Marine with big shoulder pads. I think one of my favorite models is a Black Templar model, like Stellan. That's like the John Blanche, like artwork, just like brought to life. Primaris should look like that. Literally just have those, because it's still very firstborn. I mean, even the armor profile is a firstborn profile, like in game. And it looks he's so chunky, and he's so beautiful, and I love him. And I think every firstborn model should look like that. I mean, every Primaris model, that should have just been Primaris. Just chunky, tall, chunky boys. If you can give me like every Primaris model in the future to just be that, awesome. Because that's where the aesthetic lies. God, I wish I could remember his name right now, but my buddy, he draws Lamenters, and he also loves drawing like chunky-esque Space Marines. But yeah, back to the subject of Black Templar. Black Templar are just good. They have a very cool aesthetic. I love the Crusader kit and the Sword Brethren kit. Like one of the best kits for just like kit bashing or like having. The Sword Brethren kit you could just use to make a captain or a character or like the Black Templar combat patrol might be one of the best combat patrols out there. You could just make so much stuff with it. Though I wouldn't buy it more than twice, and then you have more than. Blade Guard are really weird because you can't really. Blade Guard aren't really that great anymore. I would used to run a big 6 block of Blade Guard and then the Emperor's Champion. Because you could, before the Emperor's Champion could lead the Blade Guard, and now they can't, because the Blade Guard literally were there just to be a health bar for the Emperor's Champion. They would like soak up all the damage because they had their shields and their HP, but now they can't. Whatever, I just run my Emperor's Champion with the Intercessor block. Mario Combat Patrol is good. Are you talking about like the previous one where it was like 3 boats? I thought about getting into Drukhari just because of how good that Combat Patrol was. It was like, I just need to buy this like a couple of times. Wait, armor, Crimson 5th aesthetics pretty nice. A lot of my Crimson 5th are just like 30k units. Like my intercessors are just 30k intercessors. My Hellblasters are just 30k biggies with plasma guns, 30k plasma guns. Gotta keep that 2nd edition like art style of them kind of going, because that's what I fell in love with. Like, I literally love that one, all the 2nd edition art with Crimson Fist. That's why I got into Warhammer. Yeah, it's beautiful. I love that art. I really hope Pedro Cantor comes back. Please, just please. I'd literally do anything. I think I'll like post a video on Twitter of me like jumping up and down with like a lollipop and like propeller hat if that happens. I'll like genuinely cry. But yeah, most of my Crimson Fist, like my JPIs are just jump pack assault BKs from 30k. And then some Primaris units in there because I can't proxy everything as a 30k model. And a lot of my Iron Warriors are just 30k models because I want to keep to the uncorrupted, like original like Iron Warriors. I think only like my elite units are like newer bespoke chaos units, like my chosen, like my my possessed. I know Iron Warriors don't really use possess, but I imagine that they would just, if anyone got to a point, they would just throw them out there, just like, yeah, whatever, dude, just go ham. Brother stealing this, like, got sick, just send him out. I don't care anymore. Whatever. He was a chud. We didn't even like him anyways. I want to draw a Turbo Skull. Just let me draw a Turbo Skull. I love Turbo Skulls. And then we'll go on to the next doodle. Are Steel Demons inspired by Iron Warriors? 100%. Steel Demons are inspired by Iron Warriors and the Loyalist Iron Snakes. Their color pattern is literally just the Iron Snake color pattern of like silver, red trim, white pauldrons, and the blue snake emblem. Iron Snakes was like one of the like things I was eyeing up as like my Loyalist army like color scheme. If I wasn't so in love with Crimson Fist. Iron Snakes, Marines Malevolent, Flesh Terrors. I really wanted to do Lamenters, but Lamenters is such a pain in the butt to paint. I tried painting up a kill team with Lamenters and it was like the worst time possible. So that is like a pipe dream to ever make a Lamenters army. But I think Flesh Terrors have been really fun because Blood Angels are just a good army. If you have Blood Angels, you're just one of the best melee armies ever. Like quite literally, you have so many characters. You have Death Company. You have like the best loyalist like melee detachments and characters. Blood Angels are fun to play against. That is a fun army, I think, to play and fight against. They just have a whole bunch of stuff, and it's a feel good. Like you're killing Blood Angels, and they're not too tough. Like at least they're not like they're very killy, so you can kill them back. So it is a very like back and forth between a Blood Angels player. I think as long as they don't bomb rush you, I guess. But if you know, you know. I love Turbo Skulls. I think there's a part of me that kind of misses. I think this is something that I have like all the time, just like anything that's new, different, sort of mystique and mystery to a lot of these things. I think my first exposure to Warhammer was like years and years ago when I was little, like looking through a hobby shop, looking at like I think it was like 5th edition Tau, and just wondering why the hell all this plastic costs so much. And wanting to have Tau, because 5th edition Tau, like, Codex art was, like, super cool. They looked like cool Gulf War guys. And, I was like, what is going on here? And everything's so cool. Like, these land speeders, these dreadnoughts. Every faction was just kind of cool. And I didn't know what was going on, but I just, like, had this, like, made-up like idea of what was going on. It was just like a generic cool space war, and like it's so cool. And even then, like years later, just like I think my like next biggest thing was back on like PlayStation 4. I had a buddy I'd play Deathwing with. I didn't know anything, so like I don't know who Dark Angels were. I didn't know who the Lion was. I love the Apothecary. I think the apothecary was so cool to me aesthetically, and like librarian. So just like, oh my god, these are like very monk and like knight-esque things, but with like sci-fi. This is so dope. And then as well as like learning about how orcs work and all the other things. And then it's like problem is like, I guess like anything, you just kind of learn so much about it, and I think there's like a mystique that's kind of gone. And it's not even like about the lore, or like, oh, they tell too much in the 40k novels now, or too many Primarchs are coming back. It's just like with anything, it's just I think with like even like with like Toho, they're just like you kind of lose that point, and it's just like it becomes it diminishes weirdly. It's like in a way, I guess I imagine like people lose that spark. Still have that spark, but I think there was something so intrinsically like cool when you're just like a little kid who doesn't know any better, and you just kind of imagine it, and then you realize like it just normalizes you. You're just desensitized to it. Just like, oh yeah, they just have walking churches that like shoot like tactical nukes and whatever. It's just a thing. All right. I think I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna go to that screen. I'll be right back. And if you want to leave some more, sorry, I'm choking here. I need to drink some water. You want to leave some more like requests or questions that. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so that's enough talking about Warhammer for a little bit again. God, I can talk about Warhammer all day. It's just, um, let's. My next request is from Matoko. I love Ghost in the Shell. I've read Ghost in the Shell, the manga, like several years back. Oh my God, it's probably like 10 years ago. I don't remember too much about it actually. Now that I think about it, I'm very much a person who, like, as things go out from one year to the other. But I love it. I love this new Ghost in the Shell because it is quite literally the most comic accurate. It's great because Ghost in the Shell is stupid and it's goofy and it's fun, and it does have its points of seriousness. But I think all the thing is I haven't really watched, and if I did, I completely like zoned out, forgot about it. I haven't really paid too much attention or cared about all the other Ghost in the Shell like adaptations. They're so waxy poetic, and I don't really care too much about it. And it's not what it is. Ghost in the Shell, it was not like afraid to be a little stupid. Like little spider droids being silly, or Bato being going to woo. I love Bato. I don't know what it is about me. There's like these anime big boys that I love so much. Are just I love Kaiman from Dorohedoro. I love Jackie from Blade Runner, not Blade Runner. From Cyberpunk 2077. And I love Bato. I just like these big friendly guys. Just like the big dude bro is like so fun and like such a refreshing character that I love so much. And I just want more of them all the time. And I think the color palette for the current anime for Ghost in the Shell is incredible. I wish I could have seen it when I was at Anime Expo, but the lines be so damn long. But yeah, it has a lot of heart. I love it so much. Alright, just looking at some reference images again. You kept the throw that in here. 540k. I don't think there's a parallel to the Black Templars. It's just the Black Templar. Just chilling. Alright, so let's draw some Ghosts in the Shell. Gunmans would also be very fun to draw. I love Gunman. Rip Jackie. Yeah. Love Jackie. It's a shame that CD Projekt Red doesn't know Ball or how to make their game, because Jackie definitely deserved more story time. It was just they made him for like a couple of missions, and they're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, they just made him for the first mission you do. That was it. 'Cause that's how. Because all the rest of the game feels so half-baked. I know it got a lot better, but as a person who literally saw like the first trailer years and years ago, like the one with like the lady, like the cyber psycho getting like shot up in like slow motion. Oh, never mind. I literally like watched that trailer over and over again because I love the cyberpunk aesthetic. I love Mike Ponce's Cyberpunk so much. I like when I first saw that, I literally like read up like on all the lore. I like skimmed it up and down, and then like years later, it was like if you go on my my itch page, I literally made like a condensed version to kind of help explain the rules of how to play Cyberpunk Red, because I want more people to like actually not just be secondaries from the Trigger anime and like play Cyberpunk and have fun. I love Cyberpunk. Though Cyberpunk Red is not a good TTRPG, that is also half-baked. Um, to a lot of aspiring game masters that want to run Cyberpunk Red, you're just gonna have to like fly by the seat of your pants and like make up stuff. So that's what I had to do. Fortunately, my team had like no netrunner, so I didn't have to do that kind of stuff. All right, let's run with Toko. See here, I'm like working gesture, a good like feminine shape and like a squiggle. I should probably like thumbnail the whole body before I do this, but thumbnailing is just like having a very simple, like even a stick figure helps to make your life easier for like any drawing. Imagine it is quite literally the synonym or the analogy of like the statue in the marble. This is you chipping away at the block, is having the thumbnail of the drawing. I love this song. Is this Koishi's thing? I might be wrong. But when I played Cyberpunk 2077 for the first time, I had a launch. I had like Gen 1 PS4. That thing lit up like a Harrier when I tried to. Oh god! And let me tell you, I don't think I've ever had a best worst gaming experience ever. I think it was like so magical in the sort of same essence of like people who watched the Minecraft movie, like that unreleased, like unedited version, where like there's still like effects that needed to be done. It was such like behind the wizard's curtain. It was like so awesome to play. To just have this broken mess. I was laughing all the time, even though I was like, it was probably like a coping mechanism of me like waiting a game that was being made for like 16 years and like was realistically a piece of dog, but or doo-doo feces even. But I still had fun. I think that's the end goal of like any game. The aesthetics like were all there. Like it had a story, I guess. I'm drawing. My proportions are weird here. I'm drawing Motoko very leggy, but I like leggy characters or whatever. Spider's barely in the sky's fetish, but it was so much fun. I was my build was a hacker, like a hacker slash or a hack and slasher. Essentially, I would like disable people's eyeballs or their legs and then go at them with a melee weapon or a shotgun, and it was like the funnest playstyle ever. It was so enjoyable. It was so fun, and then just having all the glitches and the bugs. It was just like, I don't know how to describe it. It just felt so fun just being in this sort of Murphy's Law like world where anything can happen. It was so bizarre. You were like in a JoJo world or something, and I love it. For me, insanity, oddity, and like absurdity is one of like my favorite things in like media. This is where I go to tell you to go watch Baki, read Baki, whatever you like. I love Baki. Baki and Kinnikuman Man are so dumb and like stupid, and like after I finished JoJo, I think I looked for something to fill my heart with absurdity, and it was Baki and Kinnikuman Man. God, but Kinnikuman Man is actually generally great, and probably holds a bigger place in my heart than like Dragon Ball. Well, I'm gonna get hanged for that one. Kinnikuman Man, like if you look past like all of its absurdity and silliness, it is genuinely a beautiful story about friendship and like positive male masculinity. Honor, like positive male masculinity, sportsmanship, um, rank of self. I love. Kinnikuman Man is also the show about like a man who like farts. This is like over his opponents and does stupid wrestling moves. But it is I teared up watching it. And also Baki is amazing. It, I laughed tears of like joy, like watching Baki. Oh my god, please watch Baki. Please watch Baki. This is the chill part of the stream where I tell you to watch my favorite pieces of media. But back to talking about Cyberpunk and the Cyberpunk setting and aesthetic. I love Cyberpunk. I have those physical like retro like. If you go to Mike Pondsmith's like website, Tolrazian Games, I think you can still buy like all their books from the 90s and the 80s. They're still like there available for like print and like send, and they make PDFs of them that you can buy too. And that's what I did. I just ate all that up. I literally love Cyberpunk. I had a comic that I made back in high school that was like supposed to be like one of my big projects. It was a Cyberpunk setting called Nero, and I've told my close friends about Nero, and essentially it was supposed to be an anthology series of like different people living their days in a cyberpunk city, and like how living in a cyberpunk city affects people differently. So like every chapter would be a new character, or like a same character but a different day, and it was supposed to be more like a slice of life in a weird way. I mean, obviously stuff would happen, like violence and all these things, and like intertwining storylines just a little bit, but it was really just more of just like the everyday experience of just like, oh great, traffic stop because the cyber psycho just like blew up half the market, whatever. But that's like a project that I kind of had that I wanted to really do, was explore that, just because at the time I was just so obsessed with cyberpunk as an aesthetic. I think I drooled over the artwork of God, I can't remember the artist's name, but for all the Elysium, go watch Elysium. For all the concept art of Elysium is so beautiful. I love that. Like, oh my god, I was also really obsessed with like a free-to-play PlayStation game called Blacklight Retribution. A lot of my cyberpunk art is also very based on that, like these sort of IR like helmets. God, those are so cool. I don't care that I low-key stole those for my designs, but they're so cool. To an extra hurt. Gun doesn't look stupid or cyberpunk enough. Just kind of looks like the Halo Magnum. Add enough crap onto it or start looking cyberpunky. Off Isekai of Retsu? No, I've heard about Retsu having a spin-off. I didn't know it was an isekai. I also was meant to go to the Baki panel at Anime Expo because I wanted to also really see the real-life Yujiro Hanma, because I really wanted to meet him and ask him to say apple fritter. But like every time I was like in the exposition hall, they had a Baki exposition place where you could like swing a hammer, and it was like one of those like old-timey carnival like strength tests, and like I think the top was like the demon or whatever. Like my buddy got that and got the photo with the real life Yujiro Hanma, and I was so jealous because I think I was all the way in Artist Alley drowning in people, and I was like, damn, because like I think I don't know the actual like cosplayer's real name because he's like a professional cosplayer that all he does is just be the real life Yujiro Hanma. I think he like grabbed his phone. He's like, "Get me the frack out of here." He's just stuck all day with like nerds, which I get. Even at some point in AX every day, I was just like, "Yeah, just get me out of here, dog. I'm done." AX was great, but it was just like by 4 o'clock, I'm just like, I don't have anything to do till like 8 o'clock till my next panel that I'm interested. What I'm gonna I've already seen Artist Alley. I already walked the exhibits. I don't have anywhere for me to like. I can't even like leave because then I have to like go back into the entrance line, and that's gonna take forever. And I just don't want to like sit outside like on the grass for 4 hours in the heat. Choco's hair is really weird. She has that old, like... It's the same one that Rally has in Gunsmith Cats. It's literally the one hairstyle, like every person in the 80s was drawing their freaking tomboy character with this bob. I'm criticizing and despising, like, Jamie also having, like, the same sort of bob. Isekai is canon. He's basically a monk in a D&D land. Have you ever considered doing a genderless an ounce shrine? I do have a gender bent with an ounce. You'll have to give me a minute to actually go find it. I can find it for you. Give me a second. It's here somewhere. I'm not really happy with it, I'll admit. I'll probably go back one day and redo it. Except they wouldn't have 6 kids, they would just be like 3. They would have triplets. So like they would have the like sort of traits of like the 2 others. So it's kind of like 6 still exists, but like condensed. Where is it? You're gonna make me look for this. I need to work on the kids' future design. Most of the kids have their future designs drawn up somewhere. Where is it? Oh, here, I'll also have this one because someone was asking about Mounce's current party as well. Oh, here it is, here it is. Give me 1 second, I can post it. It up here in the stream in 1 moment. Probably some other drawings I can probably post up here. With the siblings. I love with the siblings. I love Was. I gave Was the Ryosho haircut from the company, and then I'm like, man, I wish I really like that haircut. I kind of want this to have it. And I think low-key Ounce probably like asked Miss to cut her hair like that. So I also imagine Ounce was a heat makeup warrior. Here, I'll pull up. These is gonna have the evil watermark on it, so don't attack me. So yeah, that's it. I'll probably go back to it. I'm not sure if I like that. But yeah, just sort of base her on the dark. I think I just did this one day. I was like real bored and I was trying to think of what to do. So, I think Ounce would have had a different name. I think like her female name would have been I don't even know. Maybe it would just be Ounce. there's Whis. I mean, they're both kind of general neutral names, anyways. And then here's male Whis. Doesn't have hip windows. He has this freaking tank top that shows off his arms. He has a little like bandana with like eyes on it, cat eyes. Originally, Ounce's sort of knight symbol was like a dog because I wanted to go with like a sort of symbolism of like a cat and a dog. Though I think I changed that up once I sort of wanted to have Sir Manos kind of be like a bigger part in Ounce's life. And Ounce kind of just like also took up his heraldry. But what's that? Big me. And evil! Evil! Get rid of that. Yeah, this is Ounce's current party. This is Spec on the left. That's Fennel. And that guy in the middle, I don't remember what his name is supposed to be. I think I just drew him up. He's supposed to be like the son of the Lord. And then there's that Oni girl. She's really into cat boys and stuff. Just some beast folk. And then there's Pockets. I love Pockets. Pockets might be the greatest character of all time. I love him so much. I love Pockets. And then all my friends love Pockets whenever we play D&D. I love drawing these simple dot eyes. That's a fairly good Motoko. Motoko Kusanagi. Alright. And then we'll draw my boy. I love him so much. I love big, friendly, front-shaped guys. I guess it's sort of like that Kronk nature. I love Kronk. Media needs Kronk-esque characters. I also love the director, or the commissioner, whatever he's called in the manga, whatever his like position is. He looks like a monkey from Ape Escape, and I love him so much. Probably when I look up Bato, they only show his other version of him. I literally specify in Google, like, hey, give me 2026 Bato. I don't want. Please! I want him silly! Yeah, I guess he was wearing something similar. I think one of my characters in I'm never sure if this is ever confirmed, but I'm pretty sure one of the other characters is like highly based off of Kurt Russell. It makes a lot of sense for him being like a popular like character actor at the time. Stuff like Escape from New York, and if that is Kurt Russell, I'm so bad at names. Escape from New York and what else was he in? The Thing. I could see like a Japanese person be like, I love Kurt Russell. I just want him in my manga. Gato is such a simple shaped guy. It's weird that like with like the original like it has a weird simplicity to it. Like a lot of the design, shape, and languages are still very simple and very much of like a mid 80s influence compared to like more modern cyberpunk. Like I would say there's a grim darkness to modern cyberpunk that has kind of been lost, or I guess gained. I think there's a bunch of more fun shapes in the old Gits that I love. Like everything's like round and weird, colorful still. You have requests? You can always ask. Let's know with this one. I think this is a good time to talk about character silhouettes, and probably talk about silhouettes like all the time. Shape language. Obviously, Motoko is her whole shape language is the I guess generic female like it's the pair. As they call it, the pair is just this, just fine. And then her hairstyle is iconic because it's the hairstyle of the time. So it's that. But if you look at like Baotou, or just like any other big guy, it's bigger, it's like that. He's mainly made up of squares. And that's all you need. Squared shape, man. That's cool. You king. A Hellboy. I love Hellboy too. Hellboy is also a big friend guy. Even Spear is also a big friend guy. I can't remember if 2026 Gits has a Baotou with his ponytail or not. I'm not really much of a fan of the ponytail, so I'm not gonna draw it on him. That's fine. Draw your new kit. Follow me? I'm discovering the horror of the idea role. Are you ever gonna show how awesome this made the kits? Yes, I need to draw that in a couple of days, because I I made a promise. Y'all got the Jamie plush out there, so I gotta draw that here in a bit. Not now. I can't draw that here. But yeah, I need to draw that because y'all help me get the Jamie plush out, and then there might be a Wish Plus that's coming out. So look forward to that because I will also need to have like at least 100 people pre-order that one. Hopefully, I can have her with like a little brick or something. Alright. I'll draw like the spider droid. I'm gonna draw it off the top of my noggin. I love the spider droid so much. Like that. Makes it look like he has a little cheek. Like another important thing as like an artist, especially when drawing vehicles, is just kind of learning about negative space and like revealing. Literally just putting random crap like the X's or like whatever. That really helps sometimes. That's like a meme for people who draw like mechs and like stuff. Just random rivets and dots and random panel lining like it's a Gundam. I haven't really showed it off too much in this sort of stream. The idea of line weight. Like things that are closer to you or like at the edge of the should have thicker lines. If you enjoy drawings with thick lines, it's a very Western thing. It's very fun. Hydration check. I love his little hands. He's so cute. Oh god, I fawn over some of the stuff in Gits. Hatches, hinges, vents, all good stuff to kind of just put in there, little dots. I think that's a successful drawing. Blue and black. Ah! Forgot to lock the layer. Alright. What should I draw next? How did you come up with all your usernames? I feel like I'm finding new ones every day. I mostly have like two. Mine have a weird long history with like sort of my main name. Back in the undisclosed website, I would go. Rainbow Six Siege was a very popular thing, and everybody was calling themselves after the operators, and like they would just vulture and steal the names. And I was like waiting for the Japanese operator to come out, so I like named myself as Japanese Operator Draws for You. And then over the years, I think that name just shortened down to Jap Draws, and then I think it was like the year that and it was that, and I think I've always been a big fan of like super best friends. I love Wooly. It was like Wooly Versus, so I named myself Jap Versus. And then later, MF Doom died, so I think I made up like it was like a New Year's Eve or whatever. Like they released the news, and I got really sad. And then I think it's really cringy. And I like quoted it as the year of the villain, and I was like, I'm gonna change my name to the Villain Versus, and I'm just like, and I really like that name, and it kind of just stuck. Yeah, I really like it. It's very nice. It has a very nice mouthfeel to it. I generally love just like my friends coming up to me calling me Villain. I feel like I just imagine that picture of like Doom in his chair, and I'm like, yeah, that's me. That's stupid, but I love it. As for like my NSFW, it's called like Keep Me a Lone Star, because like one day I was hanging around with a person that I used to talk to in a mall, and there was a big poster in the mall talking about like chemotherapy. It's like chemo to cowboy, and they're like, dude, chemo cowboy sounds like an awesome like band name. And they just kept making up like different diseases and like cowboy names. How was it like? Give me a second here. It's just like it's like the bubonic like buccaneer or something like that. And I think I really stuck with Leukemia Lone Star, and I was like, I really love that one. And because originally, I think my account was my other account, the spicy one, was called the Hilton Hanoi, because it was originally supposed to go to one of my comics. I just wanted it to be a page about one of my comics, which was called what was it called? Oh my god, I'm dying on the vine here. This really shows. Oh, it's called Hearts and Mind. Yeah, it was some of you actually might remember Hearts and Mind's characters, like Willie Pete, or stuff. But it's supposed to go to this very like Vietnam War centric comic. I used to be like super heavy into the Vietnam War. I still have like a whole bunch of like in my bookshelf like Vietnam War movies and books. I'm very well read about it. I probably forgot most about it, but I would play like Rising Storm 2 like every day. And I even like quote unquote cosplay of like an Arvin soldier and a GI. Oh god. I was just obsessed with the aesthetic. The Vietnam War aesthetic is like and like the history of it is so intriguing and like different from like any other conflict America's ever had. Every soldier had like a different experience, and it was so personal. Twig at least once. Yeah, I could draw Twig. Yeah, I love to draw Twig. Where was I? Yeah, so I had this whole Vietnam War comic that I was working on, so I just named the second account Hanoi Hilton. And it's funny, it's a time, it was before I even started working at a Hilton. I think my name got striked because like the actual Hilton company. Uh, but yeah, because I think that's the actual ad of it rather than leukemia. So yeah, that's kind of how I got my usernames. I really like Snooky the villain. I really like villain a lot. Oh yeah, so there's that. There's their answer on that one. I'd buy a real Uncle replica. I don't know how I'd make that. I've been trying to think about it. How I'd go about it. I think the best way for that was be like an acrylic keychain, maybe of Uncle. I don't know. Um, for the part is like Uncle's actually like a really popular character, despite him kind of not ever meaning to go past the first chapter. Um, it's really weird. Uncle was never really supposed to make it to chapter 2. He was supposed to be a bit. He was really just supposed to be, but I saw so much love for him, and I saw really like the potential in the writing of him. Well, we'll draw Twig right now. I saw the potential of his character, and I loved it so much. And a lot of the times when you're drawing or writing, you'll never even think about things. I tell a lot of people and my friends, like, you do not have to force inspiration. Sometimes it will just come at you out of nowhere. But yeah, Uncle was never really supposed to make it past chapter 1, but yeah. Twig is the ranger / sort of like animal handler character of Alice's old party. She's also like Whis's best friend. I'm not sure if Whis realized that maybe it's because that Twig is really good with animals that she's so likable to her. It's not a manipulative thing, it's just like funny, like Twig knows like how to treat animals, so she knows like quote unquote how to be friends with Whis, who's like probably one of the most irritable persons in the party. Twig is cute. She's an original character. She's not like my pre-existing D&D characters that I like sort of threw in here. Wow, do I have to look up a reference for Twig? Wow. Her brother is the druid of the party. Wait a second here. I like pull up a reference. Way I forgot how to draw Twig. I'll look at her once and I'll immediately remember it. What? Not have a Twig? Screw it, I'm just drawing her from memory, I guess. I know she has a poncho. Oh. My input delay is dying. Yeah, so she's a very nice person. A lot of the kids love her. It's like Wynn's sort of like they both like animals, the sort of same way that Kilo is very good with the Kenya. Twig is really good with Wynn. I don't know if Whis knows that the Twig try to have a thing. Wait, I'll bring that up later. But it never worked out. I don't think her brother Branch really ever cared. A lot of the elves in my story are supposed to be named after like vegetation. Most of them are wood elves. So Twig and her brother are half dark elf. A long time ago, there was like a war that was stopped by their dad marrying the dark elf queen. character. So I just kind of gave her spats. I like spats. It doesn't make any sense to have spats in a sort of medieval setting, but I really like that outfit that Megumin has in the snow. I was just like, I want that for one of my characters. Somehow. Her like hair is supposed to be just matted in a mess. It's very simple. Drawing can be really fast if you just know how to break it down to simple shapes. Uncle have a real name, like a 40k demon. I can't go too much into that. Uncle is really more closer to an AI than he is like an actual demon. Maybe he's like a tech demon of some sort. I don't think he has a name. He would recollect it, as well as like it's kind of above him. I think at this point he's just adopted the name Uncle. I don't think he really even would care about his name. I guess his demon name is just Dark Flame. How does Riss's family feel about Alex? You'll start to see that in the next chapter, and we'll go more into that about Volume 2. We're almost done with Volume 1, and then hopefully I can start going back and fixing some of the pages and updating them for Volume 1, and making a print. I've been talking to my publisher about making a print, so we'll so I have to design a new cover and a new spine, and then we'll have a manga print, yay! And then you can go out there and read Dungeon Crawler and have it in your hands. Wouldn't that be nice? So I'm not sure how long that'll take. That's sort of like my stretch goal for this into next year, is to have the physical print of Dungeon Crawler. But it's been very nice. The thing about it's really just about it's a very happy Dungeon Crawler. Dungeon Crawler is a very like happy mistake, or like a happy accident, I would want to say, because I never planned on it. I think my biggest thing that I was trying to push as my big popular super duper comic was Kov's Arms and Armor, which is what my avatar Jamie is from. It's essentially just like this big serialized story piece about the horrors of war, like loneliness and sense of purpose and sense of self. And that never caught on, and it's so big. It's something that I would like. There was action, there was all this stuff, and I think it's too much for me to ever, in my current state, ever work on. I do love it. I do like, it's that thing where you're the person like playing the A and B of your OCs in your head. That's the type of stuff that it is. And sometimes it just has to stay that way. Then I tried making Witch Warfare to be like a sort of slice of like, almost like a Nichijou or Asobase. I really just like a little gag comic. My issue was that is like, as much as like love drawing and like looking up like military stuff, I didn't really know too much about actual like military life. I didn't really have the energy or the gall to start asking veterans or current like commissioned like people about how it is. It felt like, I hate using this word. It felt like LARP, and I didn't really want to draw it anymore. And I think I sort of like lost my heart to it. I still love my character designs and everything and all the characters for it. I think the thing after that was my project. I'm saying all these like projects, but they're just tools and characters for like things I'll never be. Panhandlers. Panhandlers is like my also like sort of like comedy cartoon, more like closer to like the Western like Family Guy, or just like Smiling Friends, or just whatever like dumb stupid thing. Ideas that like after the big witch war, the CIA was like trying to get into magic themselves, sort of reverse engineer witch magic, but like all this facility in like Central Florida was like leaking out all this magic radiation and was causing all these. It was like regular show essentially, like just all this crazy stuff that happened. It was like, because you go on the internet, you see, Florida man does this and that. I'm gonna bench 315 tomorrow in your honor. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You're my warrior. What was I saying? Yeah. The next thing was yeah, so this regular show thing is just stupid. I have like a very like tiny draft of like the first comic of that. I love the cover art that I did of that, of like Dirty Gator and Miss Hoyt like out on inner tubes in the bayou or whatever, in the marsh. Gary Gator was supposed to be like the cartoon sitcom like Animal Scrunklo. You're Roger, you're Ryan. But first I had a very like, you know, just a bunch of weird and gross people. A lot of them were based on like the people I saw in customer service, because people are so strange and captivating, and just like when you people watch like that, it's just like, I told my friends this, it's like God randomly generated characters into real life, and they go on, and you have to think that they continue without you somehow. This is Twig. This is Twig. I've been stuck drawing Twig here. Let's draw Jeff. But yeah, essentially the first comic that I kind of drafted was some of the people of somewhere Florida, which was the town. It was just sort of this nebulous, like, I love Florida. I wish I could live in Florida. This is a nebulous like town that's kind of like every part of Florida, like I guess like Vice City, and it's just like they found Bigfoot or like in the marsh, just like vaping. And there's supposed to be this character called like Doug Strumberly. He's just supposed to be like, is it Tony Zarette? Like some guy. He was essentially like that one guy off of YouTube where he was doing like the divorced dad things. And he was definitely based on that, but he was like supposed to be this chud character, and he basically he got Bigfoot into vaping, and the rest of them were like, oh, we have to stop Bigfoot's vaping addiction. And like Bigfoot was able to just like puff shapes like Gandalf. He did like the cool ship thing in the Lord of the Rings. And then Miss Hoyt tried to claim Charter, like, hey, I found Bigfoot, it's Bigfoot. And no one would care because they would just think he's like Macedonian or like Armenian or something. It's like, yeah, whatever. It's not Bigfoot. The guy's it's Nicaraguan. It's like, I don't know. It's just like whatever. People would just say different like countries and races. They're just so like oblivious. But yeah, and then I made a stupid shitpost comic about Itsuzumi having like 6 kids, and people really liked that. And then I just made that into a webcomic, and here we are. And then I was like, oh crap, I really love this concept, but I can't just have it be Itsuzumi. And then I just, you know, chisel at the marble and you get something new. Alright, so instead draw Hanzu. Yeah, I love Hanzu. I'll draw Hanzu. My bad, I just realized I said a Hakuto joke. That's fine. We call that retro. Here's back only for a hawk to eat it again. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's like that one post where the person's like, it's like the dark Cosmo or whatever, and then it becomes like your own character. That's what happened. That's fine. People like keep giving me comments like, oh, this is just Itsuzumi and Chill Truck. Like, you're not wrong. But it's different now. It's my own thing, and I love it. Hanzu. My beautiful boy Hanzu. I still need to kit bash a Hanzu. At the current moment, I just have guy who won't pay taxes as Hanzu. What's his name? Huron. I just have my Huron colored as Hanzu. I'm never paying my taxes. I'm never paying my tax. See, Warhammer memes are really good when they step outside of like the sort of safety net of like being like co-worker tier. Like I want more of like that image where it's like Hanzu, where it's like kills 6 billion people. Like I love that. Let's not be afraid. I think I was cracking like under laughter just seeing that, because it's like there's too much like Warhammer memes where it's just the here I go talking about Warhammer again. There's so many Warhammer memes where it's just like, did you know there's a dreadnought older than the town? She giving me straight older than the town. Fuck. No, when that came back, that was funny. That was really good. I was laughing at that. Whatever. If that's what we need. There's too much, and I think maybe the problem is that people are trying to make Warhammer safe, or like maybe it's like there's so many old people that are still in Warhammer. I'm also not funny at all, so I couldn't be the one to make any Warhammer meme. I'm like, I still really like the one that he did about the Space Hulk with Lethal Company. That's one of my favorite drawings. God, I love Hanzu. Hanzu's so fucking cool. I love Iron Warriors so much. I'm such a simp for Iron Warriors. I want hugs. I want Hanzu to kiss me. Yeah, I said it. But yeah, I think that's the problem with like a lot of the Warhammer community. I think I watch some YouTube shorts and they make me kind of cringe. Oh, don't even get me started on the YouTube shorts. Holy crap! With like not only information being like wrong, they're over edited. Like this ADHD like brain addled like there's like when the editor needs to use all of his transitions. It's like, oh my god, stop! Wasn't Hanzo the one that made the demon? No. Yes! Yes, Hanzu was, I think, I don't know if he made the Demonculaba. I think he did. I'm not gonna like promise you anything because I'm actually like dumb. But he made the Demonculaba, yes, which is Grimdark, which is it is very much a super Iron Warriors thing, and I love it. I think Iron Warriors are the best when they're like super evil and super productive with their evil. Like in that same book, A Storm of Iron, where they have the where they basically like turn in a High Fleet ship into like an Iron Warrior vessel. That is so cool. Oh my god, I like literally. I'm putting my hands on my desk here. Literally tell me what your faction does that's as cool as that. Like holy crap. Like that's so awesome. Like in Lord of Iron, there's also the thing where like the Hrud, like to fight the Hrud, they had to make like a time machine bomb. They had to make a time machine nuke. and for Rob, oh my god, and like there's a scene where like, see, this is what I talk about, because I want to make YouTube shorts that like actually discuss about this, and I would just like, I would just be here making Iron Warrior propaganda, where like, Perturabo is like talking to his Mechanicus console, like a bunch of like Mechanicus guys, and they're like people, they're speaking in binaric, like sort of like the way us like bilingual people kind of talk behind other people's backs. I never said that, by the way. But then he's like, I speak binaric, like you can't hide anything from me. God, I love Perturabo. Iron Warriors are just literally the best. Like, what are you doing? Like, in comparison, I'm so sorry, Thousand Suns are so sauceless. I don't hate Thousand Suns. Egyptians are really cool, but it's just like, your only like living, breathing characters are the sorcerers and like the demons, I guess. And oh god, why is his name? See, I'm too focused into the drawing right now. What's his face? Never did anything wrong? Oh my god, I'm actually a fraud. Magnus. Yeah, you have Magnus, I guess. But that's Magnus, so you have literally the worst Primarch. I like Ferrus Manus more than I like Magnus. I like literally anyone over Ferrus. I like Vulcan more than I like Ferrus No, I like Vulcan more than I like Magnus. And I'm a Salamander hater. Yeah, Iron Warriors are truly the best when they weaponize their autism for evil. That is 100% true. Like, literally using, like, whatever the universe has, like, against it as a tool is so cool. It's so... what's the word? Resourceful and awesome. The Iron Warriors aren't just, like, berserkers that are, like, carrying them. I think in 30k, and this is the reason I have like a 30k army on standby. I have like a Chinese like resin cast of Perturabo that I use as my Abaddon or even my what's his face Forge Father, whatever. God, whatever like the. Oh my god, I can't remember his name. I don't. The demon of like technology. It's really. I'm drawing right now. You can't blame me. I'm drawing. I have him as a proxy for that. I have like 2 different base sizes to magnetize onto him, so I could like have my actual Perturabo like miniature like on the table while I play. He just stands in for like bigger like CSM characters. But it's so I love Perturabo. I love Iron Warriors. I can sit here all day and talk about Iron Warriors. But what was I even going on about? Yeah. I don't care for Magnus. I love all the tech stuff, the Iron Warriors. Oh, we're talking about 30k. Yes, so in 30k on the tabletop, one of the most Iron Warrior flavored thing is that there's the in 30k there's the thing about like calling a duel with another character model on the field with like Primarchs and Captains. Perturabo just says no. Perturabo will just literally like he'll literally be like shoot that guy or. When a duel is like called out, like you can have like your nearest units like interrupt and just like blast the face of like whatever guy that just challenged you. And Perturabo has like the twin linked wrist like auto cannons that go gung 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 gung. And it's so funny and I love it so much. The fact that they're so logical is so great. Even then, they're also not logical, because they are the Legion that just kind of like throws bodies sometimes at like walls. That's okay. When they have like the Monculabas kind of like producing like these like half-breeds. Also, Storm of Iron has the really cool thing of like Krieger's like suit of armor being overtaken by like a demon of corn and like having like a guard woman like possess it, and no one even knows that it's not Krieger anymore. They're just like, dude, when did he get so swole? I think Space Marines are at the best when they're just ugly. My headcanon is that like when I draw Crimson Fist is that you've all seen the Texas Speech Robodor with the mustache with the mutton chops. I feel like Crimson Fist, Brutal Fist, and Black Templar all have facial hair. Like I imagine like the fireman facial hair. Iron Warriors is really great because I love the aesthetics of Hazard Stripes, and a lot of people don't like Hazard Stripes. I'm really used to painting Hazard Stripes. I freehand that stuff now. I'm like, as well as if you do some weathering, it doesn't look bad at all. I love Iron Warriors. And then you just put on oil. They're so easy to paint. They're fun. I literally cannot tell you how much when that like drawing of Perturabo like hit the internet. It's just a drawing, and all that Iron Warrior news that came out with that too. I was just like, dude, I was like jumping. You don't understand. Like I got hit up by like 40 different people. It was like, villain, look, it's Perturabo, it's Perturabo. Like I know, my dad, he's back. He got off his chair. It's like in my headspace, my headcanon or whatever. I just always imagine Perturabo sulking and like in a giant recliner, like in the middle of Veteran Guard, just like in the constant thinking pose, just like, damn, we got the siege tomorrow. And now he's like actually thought up of a plan, and his brilliant plan is to just make the entire universe a fortress, which is just, it's so stupid because that's just generally how you just fortify like each planet. It's called the Infinite Citadel. It's so stupid because it's just like, what do you mean? That's just how like fortifying your positions work. That's not anything for Perturabo. Oh, here's Hanzu. So beautiful. What else? What else can I draw here? I'll probably go for like this final hour till like 10 o'clock, and then I'll cut out. Comms up and up. Would you accept my 30k Warsmith and Saturnine armor to draw for my Grand Battalion? His name is Warsmith. Yeah. I'm almost done with the set of comms. I just have like one more, and then I think I'll reopen them up. I don't think I'll open up as much. I do want to focus on my work for a dungeon crawler as well as like finishing up for Volume 1. What about Astartes Anonymous? And they're alright. But I love Pancreas and Works and Arthur Bones. Friends. I think I saw another it looks so deep in the middle of design. I'm so bad at it. Any ideas would be DIY. Oh, Angron having a lovely day in the park. You know what? Sure, I'll draw that. I really Wick calling whistle. Alright. He would never call his mom that. It's so rude. I really do love Iron Warriors so much. I love in the Iron Warriors books that Perturabo has gotten better as a person. He like when he had like his talk with Hanzu, he was actually pretty chill. They still think he's not a good dad, but I always enjoyed Perturabo's character so much. I think YouTube has bastardized him and flanderized him. I will never forgive Warhammer YouTubers for flanderizing my boy. He is my heart and soul. Angron having a nice day at the park. I'm just gonna assume you mean Demon Angron because yeah. I'll never forgive you. I low-key don't. I'm not even gonna look up what Angron looks like with this one. I'm just gonna go off the top of my noggin here. I'll see whether I was right or wrong. Oh, now I have to look it up. I'm a liar. Yeah, okay, I know he didn't have horns. Okay. Everything else is correct. Looks like a lion. Love about Iron Warriors, and I guess sort of world leader. I actually really do like world leaders. I love 30k world leaders. If I had infinite money, I would do a 30k world leaders army. I love the 30k world leaders color scheme. Love the metallic cornrows, the nail, they bite. Perturabo has them too, but there's sort of more of like informational neural leaks rather than like the world eaters like nails. Which I think is kind of cool. There's like similar but different. A bunch of Ironware characters have like these neural leaks. I think I will do another draw stream on Saturday, I think. Or at the very least Friday. I think Friday would be a good day for a draw stream. I really can't remember what the corn symbol looks like, so we're just making some bullshit up. I don't even want to draw all the skulls that are on him. Imagine Angron probably just finds like a quiet moment for once and like reflects. I think Angron is one of those characters that I love about their absurdity. Angron is not a good character at all. I don't even... Part of me doesn't really even sympathize for Angron that much. Mostly because his situation could really have been avoided if the Emperor was just not dumb. He literally just waited a little bit to teleport Angron onto the ship, or just even like help out Angron. Rebellion. I don't know. They also don't do their like gladiator or like Greek aesthetic in them. I mean, Bernarabo was from a Greek-esque world, but Bernarabo doesn't put Greek aesthetics into his army because he did not care for Olympia. I mean, also, world leaders have fucking rapid fire forge chains and the Lord Skulls, which are like the coolest models ever. And I'm completely jealous as an Iron Warriors character that they have all these amazing demon engines. I don't know why like the dumb meatheads have so many cool mechs. I miss my wife. I'm not a doodle anymore. I'm putting actually way too much more thought than I usually do. Ground wings. The little tail. I remember my tournament fight, my first tournament match. It was me against the World Leaders player. This was still like 10th edition before like the better charge rules became a thing. And I had Fulgrim. I had Angron right in front of me. I had Fulgrim. I had Lucius. I had a whole block of like my infractors just ready to tear up, and then failed their charges. And that World Leaders player won the game. He's a great guy. He's like one of my good friends. He's an amazing guy. But failing that charge lost me the game. I had so much good momentum before that, but like after that, I also made the mistake of having flawless blades when I really should have had my winged demon prince. But yeah, what are you gonna do? Sorry, having more nerd talk. We got like another 30 minutes left in the stream. I really like this Angron actually. Oh yeah, we had a Ruby request earlier. Bravo bottle feeding a kitten, that's also good. I think I should take a break from Warhammer Giants, so I'll draw Ruby. be cool with other people commissioning other artists to draw your OCs. Yeah, that's totally fine. I've had people do that before. I really like seeing my OCs in different art styles, as long as it isn't like anything like crazy or out of character. I think it's fine. It's also as well as just like putting me like tagged if it's ever published. But for the most part, I've never been a person. I don't watermark my stuff anymore. I really just don't care. If I see my art out there, I'll just be like, hey, that's cool, that's neat, that's my art. I'll just usually comment like, oh, hey, that's mine, or some will be polite enough to tag me in there. Art is about sharing, so I'm not really, unless it's like a loss of revenue somehow, but I'm not really charged for my art. All my art is free. I just think the simple joy of seeing my art out there is very nice. I'd still like find all my artwork there and it's like, wow. It's weird to me because I don't really think of myself as a big or like large artist, and then I'll just see my stuff like in a lot of places, or people send it to me, or I think it was really like awakening where I was in my local Warhammer, like my town's like server for like our community, and here you go talking about Warhammer again. I saw my art in there and I was like, oh hey, that's me. And I'm just like, I felt like that picture of like Eddie like standing in the back of the room just smiling. They don't even know. Does he know? It's weird, it's weird. It's very nice, but it's also like, I don't really like, I don't really think my art's that good. But here it is, years later. Whatever. Alright, let's try Ruby Rose. Ruby's very cute. I draw Yang too. I also really like Yang. I think like out of high school I had like a big crush. Rush. I'll do this off the top of my noggin, and no reference, because I'm evil. As well as I'm just trying to draw fast. Love Ruby. Ruby is sort of like a guilty pleasure. Ruby has a lot of mistakes and problems. And, I think if you're a fan of Ruby, I think you should generally recognize and like understand that it's not that great. But no, that's very rude because there is a lot of heart in it. And I think there's a lot of people who put hard work into it, and I think it's very cruel that people see a project like that and then bash on it. Because it is someone's baby out there, like most things. Like it is. Most things out there are someone's baby or someone's favorite thing. It's not really good. Me and my homeboy Duppy really love Ruby. We've like rewatched all of it. We've like, put our friends that like we've held them hostage socially to rewatch all of it with us. And it's a great show. The fights are awesome. The characters are cute. The designs are awesome. I think the biggest problems is just some of the pacing, world building, and I guess management, the whole thing. Very glad to see that it's getting another season. Be a liar to say I didn't like it. I mean, if it wasn't good, it wouldn't be successful, right? We wouldn't still be here talking about it if it wasn't good. I think bad things are the things that you forget about, right? Like that's a bad show. Like I can't even think of an example because I'm not thinking about it. having the hardest time trying to remember what Ruby's hair is, but I know it's just like a bob. I also love music in Ruby. I think Ruby is one of those things where, like I talked about previously, is absurdity. Kind of have to realize, in a way, it is silly. And this, I know there's that stigma of like, quote unquote, saying turn your brain off. It's great. It's fun. It's good. I love the characters. They're fun. The world is fun. In the end, what I'm trying to say, it gets unneeded. I drew Ruby a little too leggy here. That's really short headband. He has like this goth Lolita design. Distinct style with the good vibes, and technical quality is secondary, I think. Sort of that opinion, I think that's very good to talk about, is style versus technical skill. I think there's a lot of things in life, as well as especially art, where you can really just get by style. You don't really necessarily have to be good, you have to make your art good, especially nowadays. Grasp someone's attention, that's amazing. There's a lot of people who copycat a lot of artists, or be it intentional or just them seeking inspiration and not diversifying their inspiration and going past an initial inspiration. And I've been a victim of this before. Like, I was super into Kachirari art style. I wanted to draw like City and like Nichijou. I wanted to draw just like that. And I drew like that for a little bit. Or there was like a military artist that I really liked, and I was literally just cloning their art style. But, like, once you recognize things and learn how to actually study art and know where to take bits and pieces from things that you like. God, I don't know what her scythe looks like, so please forgive me. I'm just gonna draw something scythe shaped. What was I saying? Yeah, there's a lot of people, I'm not gonna name names, that copy off of the Masa art style, that Warhammer artist that got quote unquote canceled by Reddit or whatever. He's Korean. They be drawing things. It's gonna happen. It's just gotta have to take that bit of the salt. Still really good, but a lot of people are drawing like him now, and it's just I love this quote from Ryu from Mochi the Rock. It's to lose your uniqueness is second to death. It's what's the point? Not being yourself. As well as the other art style people ham on is the whatever the hell Taker art is called. It's a very appealing art style. And I've seen people work it well and kind of make it their own in their own different way, but I still think it could be a little bit different. But any unpopular art style will just copycat it, and that's kind of how it is. We like the cute, sexy robots or whatever. As well as I made a tweet about this before about when artists get too good, and I literally can't tell the difference between them because they just sort of hit the skill ceiling. I think the best example of like artistic merit and long-lasting is Toho art. Zune is a programmer first, not an artist, but Toho has like stayed strong just through solid character design all these years, and as well the music is also awesome. But if you look at any of like Zune's art, and I love the man to death. I'd kiss him on the lips if I could, but Zune's not a good artist. Like he is a good artist. That's not me. He's not like a high skill artist. He's still like it's very clear, but it's still good. He has good composition, good character design, and that alone, as well as like his like older art style of like the watercolor and like just the shape of his characters just being kind of like friendly. Just it's very memorable. And like another artist that brings to mind is like some of those people who draw the MS Paint art style. Like Mingu draws is like the history teacher. That's not like a super complex or like the like super rendered drawings, but you'll see it everywhere. I think I saw like a 4chan post kind of like crying and like getting mad about them, but like their art's appealing. They draw every day and they make stuff that's memorable. They're not just drawing like characters in a white void, as I'm doing right now. I'll draw another Ruby character. I had fun drawing Ruby from Ruby. I think composition, as well as I said with construction, about like how to draw bodies in simplified forms and like drawing like people in simplified forms. Composition is like another thing that I want to talk about. Composition is like the second. Composition and construction are like things. Composition, construction, and gesture are like the main things you want to know about drawing. I really recommend the books called like Taco. Just like if you go on Amazon or like wherever, look up Taco drawing books. It's a Korean book. It's like all in Korean, but they have like these illustrated like tutorials on how to draw body parts and stuff, as well as the Morpho books. Those ones teach you about anatomy and body construction, and I really recommend those as well for any beginner artist. And just the best like advice I could always give you is just to draw every day. Just have that momentum of drawing. Like even if it's like a little doodle, just draw something that day. Because drawing is a muscle, and like if you have a period of time without drawing, it's gonna take you a while to get it. But at the same time, think about what I'm gonna draw here. At the same time, if you can't always force art, there's just some days where you can't draw, and you just have to pick it up the next day, and that's fine. Give me a second. I'm looking for like a very specific Yang outfit. Season 2 Yang? Yeah, it's underrated. I really do. Ruby's also one of those few shows that like give characters different outfits every time. That I actually really like the first ones are just probably the best composition ones, but the other ones are fine. God, I already did the hands on the hip pose earlier. Like a boxer pose like this. I said this before when I was drawing Twig, I really love characters with like long, messy hair. might stem from Yang. Someone asked me like in DMs about how to draw breasts. And it's sort of like this triangle, like pear shape that stems from here to the neck. And this line is the collarbone. Man, this outfit really is great. I'll take some artistic liberty here to draw her like power gloves, a little bit bigger, punchier. I think that's one of the criticisms that I have, is that Yang's like weapons could have been cooler. Like if her gloves had like more size to them, because they're just kind of like wrist-mounted things, I think. And I think my theory of that is that because they were working with Miku Miku Dance, is that they couldn't really get clothing or things that are too outside of the rig, that are too big. I think that's sort of my conspiracy theory on that. Hydration check. Drink water. I think after Yang, we'll just end off the stream with drawing away. Very Yang coded, I guess. And then we can talk about my other favorite aesthetics, like mega structures and apocalypses. I love art. I love drawing. If I can end this stream off, I would just say that all artists need to enjoy drawing more. There's too many people online that don't like drawing, but are artists. If you don't like drawing, then what do you do, man? If you don't like the game, don't pick up the ball. Really great draw stream, actually. Look at the kind of crack under pressure. This outfit is nice. I also have like another conspiracy theory, is that like why all the Ruby characters had chokers or like necklaces is because they were trying to hide the neckline in the like where like that seal of like where the character model, like the line of their neck and like their chest rig. They were probably just trying to hide that, so they gave like all these characters, or they were just like liking that sort of like, I don't know what you would call it, that je ne sais quoi, like that edge to it. But I was just like, that's probably why they did it. I can peek behind the curtain there. Zoom this out a little bit. Talking about Ruby, talking about red versus blue. Red versus blue is great, but I think my interest sort of waned when red versus blue became very story driven and very about like all the CGI action scenes that became Ruby, and that's fine. The CGI action is really cool, but I think when I was a kid, I just really laughed at like the dialogue. And I didn't really understand it. I like rewatched it when I like went and moved into my house here, like during high school. And I think I still felt the same way. Just didn't really care too much about the subplot about like all the mercenaries and like the AI and all that. I'm just like, I just kind of want to see Griff and Simmons, just banter. That was always the appeal to me. I've always been a very humor-focused person. I love action, I really do. That's not what I like Red live for. I think that's fine. I think Monty probably saw that, like, oh, I'll put in a Ruby, which is great. It works for Ruby. For me, this is supposed to be like a Western anime. They gave her, like, later? God damn, it really is the outfit of all time. Holy shit. It's fucking stronger than guys. I'm sorry, I failed you. I have some friends who like Ruby, so you know I'm gonna get like a message after this like stream, or like, you said you hated it. I'm gonna evaporate you, and I'll just die. Thank you for drawing my request. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I do feel like the Faunus thing was limited by the Miku Miku dance to just be the ears and stuff. It's fine. I'm not gonna be a hater because I mean a lot of the Beastkin in my setting are just Faunus. But I do plan to expand that out later. Like I said before, my idea of Beastkin in my world is just people who had lycanthropy and it just kind of watered down over generations. Yeah, this really is the best outfit ever. Holy shit. Love Yang. You'll lie it, but said I did it. Yeah, it's actually really good. I'll do one of these. Yeah, yeah, it passed the flip test. It passed the flip test. Draw myself over here in the corner. Doodle a little bit more before I leave this Ruby page. Although I'm a really big fan of Neptune. Was that his name? I don't even remember, like the blue haired guy. I love Harriet. For sure. So let's put Harriet at the beginning. think I think the most unintentionally good question. When it comes to Yang design, you like post volume 3 or over 4? Eh, I think post. I mean, I think pre volume 3 is like the best. I just think those designs are better, like season 1 and season 2, or volumes, whatever you call them. I just think those are better. But they're not saying like the other ones are bad. I just think those ones have a better like silhouette. Here, let me draw that Chud Grim. I think the most like I think the funniest thing I ever like me and Duffy had was when we were watching Rumi, and it gets to the part where like it goes into just spoiler alert, by the way, just turn off your headset or whatever if you care, where Oz was like deleted by like the gods like over and over again in front of Salem. Just they kept reviving and killing him, and it was like the funniest thing ever. It was like the unintentionally like funniest thing ever. It was supposed to like this heartbreaking moment, but like me and W were like in tears, like slapping ourselves over that. Oh my god, oh my god. And then W like made a bet with her friend that like he couldn't find a scene in Ruby to make him laugh. And there was like this one in the later seasons where the guy spills the coffee and like and he gives out like the most heinous yell ever. And then he laughed, and then we had him. I forget what the bet was. I think we made him write a character into his like webcomic. God. Not people bet on anything. I love him. Oh god, that looks like a mess. I'll post these later on Twitter. Yeah, we'll end off the stream with just one more drawing. We'll draw you. I love Girls Last Tour. Girls Last Tour genuinely saved my life. It's such a shame. I should draw more Girls Last Tour. I think I've drawn it so much, and I was so ahead of everyone about it, that I've like earned my place to like take a break from it. I love you so much. She's such a bright, beaming sunshine, joy, and positivity. Especially when like I was not in the best place around that time. I think I had a friend who's no longer a friend, unfortunately, who like told me about the show. Or you know, the show wasn't even out. It was like a webcomic. He told me about the webcomic, and I just fell in love with it. I love TK Miz's surrealism. Surrealism is like amazing. I love any like piece of art with surrealism, like dreamscapes and like liminality. That's so awesome. I like, and this is what I was talking about earlier. I like tried to copycat style, or maybe not even copycat, but like just doing art studies of TK Miz. TK Miz is one of like the greatest artists ever, just because their webcomic, if you look at it, or like any other art, it's not like this super like high skill ceiling art. It is very clear that they understand the fundamentals of art, and it's like if you know anything about art, you can tell this person knows all. But in the end, it really is just flat colored art with the sketch layer, like a brush. And you get, if you just know like the fundamentals of art, you can just get really amazing art like that off of just simple tools. Like, so awesome. As well as just like the whole world building. There really is no world building to Girls Last Tour. It's really simple. It's the nuclear apocalypse. The world had a war for whatever reason. It's just, you know, it's very vague. It's very generic, and that's fine. World building doesn't have to be so grandiose, and I think world building is at best when it's kept simple. I'm a very much a simpleton. It is art, and media is really good when it's simple and easy. If you're gonna grab more people like that, there's less for them to read up on. And there's always stuff where it's the complete opposite. Like, look at me with this giant sandbox that's Warhammer, and I love it. You can like spend your whole life talking about it and learning about it. That's fine. But I think for like the sense of a webcomic, something simple. It's really great. And I think that shows when I talk about my home. It's just like you really need to grab someone's attention real quick. And well, that's what does it. The art's beautiful. Oh god, I love megastructures. I just think the megastructure city is so awesome and like fills my headspace with imagination. And like the art style is so simple. It just gave me like so much inspiration. And it's like, god, I wanted to do the same thing. But megastructures are fun. Another like series that has megastructures and you should go read like immediately is Blam. Um, God, what a good book. That's a very different series, thematically. Um, but I also really love that. I've also been playing, I need to get back to it and beat it, is Motor Slice. Motor Slice also has mega structures, as well as like Nier Automata and all that, but I couldn't tell you anything. I've never played Nier. Girls Last Tour is amazing. I think it's one of like the best pieces of fiction. I think it's a very hopeful and a very beautiful like piece of work. I love Yuri. I don't think people understand that I do genuinely care about this character. It's made an enormous impact on my life for the better. I think I was a very cynical person before I ever read Girls Last Tour. I try to go and consume my life with the sort of same positivity that Yuri has. Whereas like this free floating state. Life is already really hard and like really difficult and full of trauma and all this, and you don't really need to make it more difficult than it has to be. You have to like count your blessings, you have to continue on and kind of just enjoy it. Yuri is like in this terrible situation. They always stay lighthearted. I think most people need to be more like that. I should be like that. It's fun. I love Yuri. Very fluffy character. I love her little Hoge. The wide. I love TK Miz's wide drawings. I love how everyone's so wide. It's so appealing. Her eyes are also like really iconic. Like the little like dot eyes. It's just like that's something that I kept in my art. Is like if we go back and look at the other art pieces of our work. I love like little eyes. I think they're very fun. I still sometimes do like the more anime like rendered ones, but TK Miz had like a very like see like this like Toko. It's Kaguya here. They're built with personality. I love Yuri's eyes. I think they're one of the most beautiful things ever. I do think that's a very like good impression that I have had with Girls Last Tour. Is it genuinely made me a better person, and I think that is a great thing for like any source of media to ever do to anyone. I know that I think it's really funny. I think funny. I don't want to say names, but people have come to me. I think I had some fans that I actually met and like got married because of my artwork. I say, I think they did. They told me. They sent me photos. It was very cute. They like thanked me for it. I was like, oh, that's so cute. I was the other day at my cousin's house when we were partying. His wife started showing her friends my art. I was like, please stop, please. They're like, oh, it's so great, it's so cool. It's like we were playing like one of the Jackbox games where you draw, and then like someone noticed that my artwork's a little above average. I was like, Jerbo, you draw? I was like, yeah. And then they started showing my art. I'm like, oh no, stop. I could have died right there. I liked it, but I wanted to die. My family is very proud of my art. My mother is very happy to see like my artwork, especially like any merch that I have. I think like actually physically having stuff like impresses them. I don't think that numerically they could ever understand like my influence or anything online, but just like seeing a plushie or like stickers or patches I made is just like oh wow. It's good that they're supportive. I really appreciate it. I have a very good relationship with my family and my friends, and I think everyone needs it. I'm gonna redraw this other hand. Might be cringe. I'm gonna be cringe. He's also a drinker. I love any character that's a drinker. Me for real. I never thought I would love the taste of beer, but here I am. You ever see me like, I think all those other years, I always post, I miss my wife. It's because I was clocking into work and I did not want to go to work. It was like me like every morning like 6:59 a.m. It was like, oh god, I miss my wife. Had a buddy, essentially paid for his commission by sending me the Russian Tinker Hill that I draw my own little Sona. Green's so Genki, I love her so much. My heart burns for positivity like that. I want to be like that. I gotta be like that. I gotta be a strong, positive person for other people. I draw her with a big smile. I think at some point I started drawing Yuri with like a wedding ring on her finger. I think what to do with her other hand. A lot of the big problem I have in my art sometimes is just trying to figure out what to do with the arms. It's actually like one of my biggest flaws. I'm just like, what am I doing here? What is this arm doing? I have so much fun drawing the torso and the legs. Wish I could just draw characters with the arms. But let's have her holding Nuko. I love Nuko. There's only like 2 pairs of like Girls Last Sport cosplayers that I saw at AX. I missed one of them. But I got to take a photo with the other 2. They were like walking out. They had like their little sister as a Nuko, I think. It was so cute. How you feel about you is how I feel about Don Quixote, except I'm still bitter as hell. I love Don Quixote. Dude, that's the thing. I also love Don Quixote so much. I think for like the exact same reason. Um, I did. Oh god, I adore Don Quixote. They're like my favorite Libby's Company character. Uh, which is funny because I think I think I might be completely wrong because I'm a larper, but I think on Don Quixote's lance it says "Sin un sueño" or something like that, like without a dream. That was actually gonna be the original title for like one of my original comics, the one of Cobb's armor. Little PC print there. Sueño imposible. Ah, okay. I did something's go there. I also love the Kettenkrad. TK Mist shows like such an interesting little vehicle that has so much character to like put in her book. You say her, but they're a fish. We'll need to finish reading Veggie Simulation. I love that one too. And then they're making another one that takes place in the same Girls Last Store universe. I'm so excited. I have to live, unfortunately. Nah, I would never say that. Yeah. I hope there's a character out there that makes you feel the same way I do about you. I do need to draw her more. Like, drawing backgrounds can just be really simple shapes. I think I've learned that from like TK Miz. Learn about shapes, learn about composition and gesture, and you can go really far with art. I think what I originally read, I might steal this for like a story at some point. One of my friends showed me Girls Last Tour. I originally thought the idea was that because she and you had two different uniforms and helmets. She had that like English roadie style helmet, and you had the German. I can't even think about the helmet name right now. The German helmet. You know, the the bad guy one. But and I was like, oh, is this story about like two soldiers who are like on opposing sides of the war, and like now in this apocalypse have like learned to live together? No, it's just a way for like character design. It's fine. But it was like I thought that would be a neat like thing about it. I might steal that for something. I mean, I say steal, but that's my own idea. It just I thought it was something else. Yeah, I love you. I love her so much. You can never understand how much I love this character. This generally like actually made me a better person and saved my life. And any person who gets mad at me because I self-shoot will boil in a hot lava or something. I don't know. But thank you so much for watching. I'll probably do another stream sometime later. This is very fun. I really much enjoyed this. I'm not sure. I always say like blah 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 with my retreat. I might do another one where it's like if you pay me on Ko-Fi or like a commission block, where you'll get like probably like $5 maybe. I'm not sure if I'll do it, but maybe you could just get your sketch done here on stream to sort of guarantee it. But then again, I'm not sure. I've never or being paid for it other than like commissions and professional work. Oh yeah, had a lot of fun. Thank you so much. I love talking about art. I love talking about Warhammer and all my stupid hobbies and interests. And I'll probably do this again Friday. I think so. So I'll probably make a tweet for the schedule on that. I might push it to 7 p.m. I think the 6 p.m. Central is fine. But you guys let me know. And I'll post these later, like in a thread on Twitter or something. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Bye.